Hi. Hello. Hello, everybody. How are we all doing? Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi, hi. Hi, hi, hi. Who is here today? Who is here today? Hello, Lakuri. Hello, Lakuri. Yes, I'm real. Yes. Psydere. Real. Yes. Hello. Am I, though? Am I? Who knows? Yeah. Okay. Hello, M0. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, Hunter. Hi, hi. Hello, Komi Bella Dollar. Hi, hi. It's supposed to be tutoring, but my kid is no showing. Oh, shaking my head. SMH. Terrible. I wonder if they will turn up. I wonder. Hi, Just Jane. Hi. I finally got 25k channel points and the IRL redeem is gone. Feels bad. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Like, it just came to a point where I was like, you know, fine. It's a thing. It's funny. But also, my employer follows me. I feel like it had its time, you know. I feel like it had its time. Hello, Glacio Indifference. Hi. Hello, Seema Chill. Hello. Hi, Astral. Hi. Hello, Hosmod. Hello. Hello. Let's see. Dark Magnate. Hello. Hi. Oh, I would never bend the knee to Hosmod. He hasn't even baked cookies on hand cam. I know, terrible, shocking. Where's our cookies, Hosmod? We'll consider it. Let's go. Hello, MSF Jarvis. Hi. Don't think I've ever come to a Twitch stream and found a pinned DOI link. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about a paper eventually when I finish the yapping. Eventually. Welcome. Hello, 2B2B newbie. Hello. Hi. Hello. Geordie accent. Okay. We'll come back to that in a second. I see it. I've registered it. We'll come back to it. Oh, God. Hello, Kalipa. Hi. I'm doing laundry as in folding under no pressure. That's such a mood. I feel you. That's a mood. Curious if pre-bonking is subject to blind spot bias like general cognitive bias study can cause. Ooh, good question. I actually don't know the answer to that. Maybe we will find out, but I doubt it. But we'll see. Maybe, perhaps. Who knows? Chat needs more redeem options. There'll be more soon. Come on. I'm literally debuting my new model in less than a week. You think there's not going to be new redeems? You think we've not been strategizing about this behind the scenes? They're coming back, I promise. Hello, more beverage. Hi. How are you doing? Hello, Jedi Supperpunk. Hello. Hi, everybody. How are we all doing? Hello, Hosmod, as if he's not sitting behind her. He's actually in front of me. I can see him. He sometimes waves at me or does thumbs up or pulls silly faces at me. Oh dear. I must redeem real? Maybe. Who knows? Hi, Mylin. Hi. How is everybody today? How are we all doing? How is everybody doing? How are we all doing today? I'm doing okay. I'm very warm. It's too warm. I am unpleasant. That is true, but I feel unpleasant. It's too warm. For some reason, our home has been like 70 million degrees warmer than it is outside, and we're suffering. I think it might be because PC is on. Who knows? So many doubters on the prediction. Imagine if I do finish it. Whoever said yes is going to be getting so many points. Waking up, not bad. I just woke up. Hi, Skeletones. Hi. Okay, we're all waking up. That's valid. I'm not gonna lie to you. I might have woken up at like 1 p.m. today, which was like 3 hours ago. We don't talk about that. I was working on my thesis corrections until like 5 a.m. But I finished all of the copy edits. So now I just need to go in and I need to like, you know, write a little bit extra in like 3 places and then change some things that I got a little bit wrong. And then I'm done. And I can do that all this week. So I will have finished my edits. Wow, I know. But I will have finished my edits by the time we debut. Take that, doubters. The haters said that I couldn't, but I am doing it anyway. Let's go. Yeah, thank you. Hi, Bobo. Hi. Proud of you. Thank you. We're getting there. The feet. Wait, the feet are nearly in front of each other. That made sense in my head, and then it didn't when I said it. Okay, the feet are nearly in front of each other. Okay, yeah, okay. You can tell I went to bed at 5 a.m. last night. That's where we are, apparently. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Believe in you, at least 5% says the best. It's true. It's true. Some people believe in me, so that's good. That's good. It's finally hot, lovely, rather than hot, I want to die. I mean, yeah, it's not here. It's not here. It's nice outside. Inside, this accommodation is built for retaining heat and not dispelling it. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So, Geordie accent. Geordie accent. I've forgotten what that sounds like. Is that the one that's like, why I man? Oh, wait, no, wait. Is it? Could it be? Is it that one? Excited for the accent. Thank you. I'm going to suffer doing this one. Thank you for the big emoji thingy. Okay, right. I'm gonna go onto YouTube and we're gonna find some examples because I genuinely have no idea. Like the George D accent. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Geordie accent. Let's see. Geordie accent. Let's see. Let's see. Wait, there's like a TV show, right? There's a TV show where they have that. What's it called? What's it called? Geordie Shore? Is that the one? It's like a reality show. It's a bad one, apparently. Okay. I don't think I can get away with watching an entire... I don't think I can get away with watching an entire... with watching an entire clip of it. But what I can do is... Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Right. I put this up. Right. Watch the entire show. Absolutely not. We're not doing that. That would be terrible. Let's find a Geordie accent because I don't know what they sound like off the top of my head. I don't know what they sound like. Also, hi Mabel. Hi. How are you? How are you? I hope you're good. Couldn't understand it. Imagine you're just gonna make random noises, possibly. Also, hi Scarpsy. Hi. How are you? You're Geordie Shore. Yeah, it's like a reality TV show, but it's about people in Newcastle in England, which has a very specific accent. So let's see what we can find. What have we got? There's literally entire episodes on YouTube. This is wild. Okay. What can we do? This means war. It's a full episode. Let's just see what happens. Oh, that's not say so. Also, what was that accent though? Hang on, wait. I see. I don't know how to recreate this. Goodness gracious. How do you recreate that? That is an accent. That is. Is there something that doesn't have sexual scenes in it? Because I don't really want that. I don't really want that. Is this people arguing? That might work. Oh, it's the same thing. I still got it. I don't want that. Okay, wait, Geordie accent. Let's find one then. Let's find it. We'll find something. We'll find something. Yeah, it's an MTV show. So yeah, it's going to be a bit... I would accept an ada if the accent is too challenging. You know what? I'm going to try both. I'm going to try both. We'll try both. Okay. I'll try the accent, and then if it's really, really bad, then you can all tell me, and I will hang my head in shame, and you can all be like, okay, it's time. Hi, Sergia. Hi. You've come in at a terrible time. I've been made to do a Geordie accent. But how am I meant to copy that? To copy that? I 1800. Yeah, like what is that? What is that? Yeah. What, what, what is happening? You've got to give us a YI man. Is that it? YI man. Oh no. Oh, what is this? What is this? I mean, I need something to say at least. I need something to say. What should I say? What should I say? Well, this time I thought we were talking about Star Trek. I mean, it sounds like it could be a Star Trek accent, doesn't it? I've thrown in all my research credits on predictions. Don't let me down. Oh, that's threatening. My previous message entirely. Wait. Where was it? What, the Eileen the Crow? Nah, Nanny. Did you know that Greg's has its API exposed and does not limit shop lookup by distance? So hypothetically, someone could get all the shops in the UK in one request. On a completely unrelated note, someone needs a CSV with all the Greg shops and their latitudes and longitudes. That's very funny. I love that. Also, hi, my wacky brain. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. How are you doing? And hi, Guns. Hi. How are you? I hope you're both good. How are you doing? I might have to tap out on the Geordie. The first paragraph of The Hobbit. Okay. Let's find it. I feel like I'm just going to go off into a weird... I feel like I'm just going to descend into a weird Scouse accent again. I wonder, how is this going to sound? Let's listen a bit more. What is he even saying? Where are you, man? Yeah, I've heard that one before. What? Don't you? Wait, so what I'm hearing is it's like, dawn. In an hole in the ground, there lived an hobbit. Something like that. No, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Like Glaswegian? I don't think it's anything like Glaswegian, because Glaswegian would be more like, I don't know, like, actually, I've forgotten what that sounds like too. That's terrible. Scotland! Yeah, it would be like Scottish. Very, very Scottish. Also, hi, Zeladori! Hi! Yeah, they're quite different, I think. They're quite different. Why have I blanked on what every accent ever sounds like? This is very funny. Oh, in terms of intelligibility, that's valid. That's so valid. Also, hi, Elfranity. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Oh, dear. Okay, right. In an hole in the ground, there lived an hobbit. No, I don't think that's right. It sounds different, doesn't it? What should I try? I'll just try doing a I'm just going to try doing a northern one instead. Okay. Wait, no. Wait. Something in an hole in the ground, there lived an hobbit. Something like that. Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole. This is definitely more Yorkshire. Not a nasty, dirty, wet hole filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell, nor a dry, bare, sandy hole with nothing to sit down on or eat. It was an hobbit hole, and that meant comfort. We gave up and went to Yorkshire in the end. Okay, well, I owe you Ara because I couldn't do it. Okay, right. Fine, fine, fine. Yes, wonderful, wonderful narration brought to us by Psydere. Yes. Dear, yes. Yes. I have become Sean Bean, the narrator of Civilization 6. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm getting a thumbs up. I'm getting a thumbs up from us mod. He likes it. He likes it. He thinks this is all right. You don't want to become Sean Bean. It's not good for your lifespan. It's true. It's true. You don't want to become Sean Bean. Okay. Would buy the audiobook for real, yes. It had a perfectly round door like a porthole, painted green with a shiny yellow brass knob in the exact middle. The door opened onto a tube-shaped hall like a tunnel. Very comfortable tunnel, without smoke, with panelled walls, and a floor tiled and carpeted, provided with polished chairs and lots and lots of pegs for hats and coats. The Hobbit was quite fond of visitors. The tunnel wound on and on, going fairly but not quite straight into the side of the hill. The hill, as the people for many miles round called it, and many little round doors opened out of it, first on one side and then on t'other. Oh my gosh, okay, moving on. Yeah, this is a science stream. This is a science stream. I forgot what Glaswegian would sound like. What would Glaswegian sound like? I feel like Glaswegian would be very stressful to read The Hobbit in. Okay, well, I couldn't do the Geordie, so I do owe you an ara. Maybe this should be how we do it from now on. I have to do the accent, and if I can't do the accent, then we have to do the... If I can't do it acceptably based on a poll, then we have to do the ara. But I just straight up couldn't do Geordie, so I think that I owe you the ara. So here we go. Allow me to drink some water. Allow me to get my throat moisturized. Do the ara in the accent. That would be... I mean, I could. What would that even sound like, actually? Ara, what have we got here then? Oh yes, the iconic Yorkshire ara, brilliant. Okay. Dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, let's move on. Where's me music? Ura. Oh, that's threatening. That's threatening. Why ara man? And that turned a bit more scouse. I apologise. I apologise to all the... I think I have exactly 2 Geordie viewers, actually, that I'm aware of. So, I apologise profusely. I couldn't do your accent. It's just too unique. It's too unique. Yorkshire's a little bit easier, I think. Just have a bit more exposure to it, thanks to playing an excessive number of hours in Civilization 6. Oh gosh, okay. Oh, that's too loud. I apologise. There we go. Anyway, where were we? Hello, old Uncle Dave. Hello. Thank you for the Lab Safety Register check-in. And also Lazy Head 9000. And also Big Cat, hello. And also God Emperor Ashina and Jansvek and Jonas and Fortress Spy and Baggy Pantsman. Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. I hope you're all good. How are we all doing? I hope you're all good. Did anyone else? Oh, just passing by to say hi before my swim today. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for dropping by. And Bastian, hi. Thank you for the Lab Safety Register check-in. Yeah, Glaswegian's more like this. A hole in the ground there lived a hobbit. Not a nasty wet hole filled with the ends of worms and an oozy smell. Not a dry, bare, sandy hole with nothing to sit down on or to eat. It was a hobbit hole. And that meant comfort. I'm so sorry. I'm offending the entire UK today, apparently. I'm offending the entire UK. An hobbit, yeah, an hobbit. I mean, the Lowlands have been Anglic speaking, as in the ancestor of Scots, since the Middle Ages, where it was Highlands become Gaelic. This is true, I believe. Yeah, with Pictish or something. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember reading that too. I want to learn more about, like, English history at some point. I should do that. And also Irish history. Irish history's interesting. Like the clans and stuff. Very cool. Hi! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. You've just signed the informed consent form, so I hope you're ready to do some research. Oh dear. Yeah, Sean Bean Mayoshi, exactly. And also, hi, Naru, hi. Hello from Germany. Hello. How are you doing today? Reflections Incarnate, hi. Ara, what's all this then? Yeah, that's just my normal accent though, to be fair. That's just my normal accent. How many hours is excessive in Civ 6? I don't actually have excessive hours in Civ 6. Frankly, I wish I had more. Hi, Rory Stream. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Doing well? I'm glad to hear it. I'm also doing well, thank you. I'm doing okay, thank you. Did sound pretty close to the Scotsman from Samurai Jack. I was probably not harsh enough, frankly. Probably not harsh enough. Also, hi, Gravesbane. Hi. The Irish clowns. No, the clans. The clans, the family clans. Like, they had them in Scotland too. Yeah. Fuck yeah, hi. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in. Actually, I've just remembered. Now that I've just remembered. Baggy Pants Man. You've sent me down a weird rabbit hole. After everybody was talking about Crelly and the mold, I was like, what could this even mean? I'm so confused. I need to know more about this. my psychologist sense is tingling. I need to know more about Crelly and the mold. What is this? What is this? And I went down the rabbit hole, and I finally also managed to catch a stream, and that was an experience. That was an interesting experience as a psychologist. That was very interesting. So did you know that you can actually get brain fungus? Okay. There's a meme about brain fungus in this community, it seems. The thing that I could gather from going down this rabbit hole is that Crelly has a tendency to ingest mold or be around mold, and therefore there has become a joke about brain fungus. But did you know that there is actually such a thing as brain fungus? The most famous one is cordyceps fungus, which is, if you've played The Last of Us, you probably know about cordyceps. It's basically a fungus that, like, it's parasitic. It infests mostly ants, from what I remember, but like insects. And it takes over their nervous system, and then it sends them to the place where they can easily release their spores and infect a whole bunch of other hosts. And then it grows out of their brain and explodes and has spores everywhere. It's horrifying. Yeah, it's the stuff of nightmares. I agree. It is the stuff of nightmares. It's horrible. Yeah, it makes zombie worms and people eat them. It's horrible. It's horrible. But did you know that humans can also get brain fungus? It's very rare from what I understand it. But, well, it's not technically brain fungus. It's actually meninges fungus. I know that meninges is a horrible word. Meninges is a horrible word, but I swear it's not something inappropriate. It's the membranes around your brain. So your brain is encased in membranes and then encased in your skull, and then, you know, skin and hair and stuff. So between the bone and the brain, there is 3 membranes, and they basically cushion the brain from bumping into the skull too much. And you can get infections in your meninges, including fungal infections. So you can actually have brain fungus. So there you go. I hereby diagnose Crelly with terminal meninges fungus. Oh dear. Yeah, this is a thing. Hi Lane, hi, how are you? And hi Ryo, hi. How did we get here? I don't know. I was so interested. Because people kept gifting subs to, like, Crelly's goo blanket, and I was like, what is this? What is Crelly's goo blanket? Do I want to know what Crelly's goo blanket is? I looked up the clip and I regret my decisions. That's, yeah. Was it hi Sage Virgin? Welcome in. Why did I decide to click here for the first time today just now to brain fungus? Because this is an educational stream. Absolutely. I'm so sorry. I swear I don't normally talk about brain fungus. I swear. Also, hi, Arepo. Hi, how are you? She seems immune to mold, so if an outbreak ever happens, Crelly would be our Ellie. Oh, it's true. She probably is immune to it. Incredible. But also, hi, relativistic kill thistle and eclipsing. Hi. And D3 volts. Hi. Welcome in. Hello. How are you? Thank you so much for the sub, for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the follows. Benema, Nema, and Sage Virgin. Thank you. Hi, Potter. What the heck did I join to? I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't explain myself. I have no words. Why did you look up anything about Crelly? What's wrong with you? I just was fascinated. People kept saying about the brain fungus, and I was just interested.
D3 Volts gifted a tier 1 sub to Krellis _moldy _sheets.
Not the moldy
sheets. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Volts. Thank you. Not the moldy sheets. No. Oh no, not the moldy sheets. I saw that sheet and it was threatening. That's a threatening sheet. I don't know what's wrong with it. Did we ever work out what the sheet was? It looked like dye to me, but I'm not sure. It looked scary regardless. Oh dear. Hi, Mozzie Grayslope. Hi. What did I just walk into? I have no explanation. I'm so sorry. Yeah, brain fungus. It could be very tasty. It absolutely isn't, Jedi Cyberpunk. It absolutely isn't. I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Thank you, Arepo. I'm good. Thank you. I'm glad you're good too. Brain fungus? You barely know us. Back from the weekend vacation. Hope everyone's well and doesn't have any infections. Yeah, I hope nobody has any. I hope nobody has any fungal meningitis. That would be terrible. Please don't get fungal meningitis. That's actually bad. Actually, meningitis is legit a medical emergency. So let me just quickly look up the symptoms so we can do a quick PSA, okay? And also, so Crelly will never see this, but if she ever happened to, she will know as well, so that's good. The symptoms of meningitis are fever, headache, and neck stiffness. So if you have those 3 things all at the same time, meningitis is legit a medical emergency. So please, go and get medical attention. It's like a really, really, really severe headache. It's like the most painful that you've ever had. And then, yeah, your neck, you can't move it forward or backwards properly. It becomes really stiff. And yeah, sudden high fever out of nowhere. You might also feel really confused and out of it, but not always. So if you have those things, be careful. Please talk to a medical professional. And especially if you start seeing if you start feeling like bright lights are hurting or loud noises are hurting and that's not normal for you, that's also a bad sign. So please seek a doctor under those conditions. Because that's not good. Hello, Rogue of Light. Hi. We were talking about fungal meningitis. I apologize. Hello, Aura. Aurora. Hello. Hello, Lily. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. And Cavi say hi. Thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. How do sheets get moldy? I change my sheets so rarely and they don't get moldy. They can get moldy if you are a sweaty person. It's moisture and the moisture clings to the sheets. So please don't allow that to happen. Please wash your sheets at least once a week. Please. Please. Just clocked in. Do I need to stay for my shift? Or in case of insanity, can I go? Side note, Crelly for her towel was like, it's fine. Yeah, the blanket was really something. The blanket was something. The sheets were also something. If you need to go, you can go. It's fine. The lab will keep functioning, but I do need participants. So, that wouldn't be ideal. But VTubers have bimodal distribution between functioning like a machine and barely holding on to sanity and no in between. Which end am I at? Osmod, make a poll, please. Thank you. I want to know what end you all think I'm at. This is either going to be threatening or it's going to damage my It's gonna feel good or it's gonna feel really bad. One of the two. Hi, my wacky brain, and hi, Night Mind. Hello, hello. I hope you're both good. How would fungus even get there? That's not something that's like athlete's foot where it's obvious how it could happen. Yeah, I mean, I don't know the specifics of it, and now I kind of want to go down a rabbit hole and find out, actually. Should we go down a rabbit hole and find out? I do have the meningitis Wikipedia page. Fungal It can happen, though. It can happen. Let's see. Let's see. How do I do this? I'm confused. There we go. Fungal meningitis. And then we go here. And then we go here. There we go. Okay, let's learn about fungal meningitis. Let's see, let's see. Where are we? I'm confused. Wait. Things are breaking. Why are my things breaking? What's happening? Okay, right. Okay, fungal meningitis. Let's learn about fungal meningitis. Be honest, is a PhD even enjoyable? I mean, I enjoyed parts of it. I'm also too big. Wait, I'm too big. There we go. I enjoyed parts of it, and I really, really didn't enjoy other parts of it, you know? I thought it was a process, and some parts of the process were fun, and other parts of the process were not fun. I would say overall it was worth it. So, you know? I'm gonna procrastinate a little bit at least, I'm sorry. But we'll see. I don't know how long the paper is yet. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Thank you for the follow, Nanami. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, right, fungal meningitis. So the symptoms are basically the same as other types of meningitis: fever, stiff neck, severe headache, sensitivity to light, drowsiness or confusion, nausea, vomiting. If you have these symptoms, please go to A&E. Meningitis is actually really, really dangerous, okay? Like, it can give you brain damage. Don't do it. 11k words? That could be worse. Could be worse. So it can be caused by Candida. Oh, Candida's really interesting. Candida is a really interesting fungal species, okay? It basically can infect everything. It's fascinating. It's like really, really common, Candida albicans. Like, it's if you've ever heard of people talking about yeast infections, this is what they mean. It's this fungus. But it can get everywhere, and it can do some real damage. You can get it literally, oh, it's scary, scary. You can also get fungal meningitis from, what is this? Cocchioides, which is endemic to southwestern US and Mexico. You can get it from histoplasma, which occurs in bird and bat droppings. You can get it in blastomyces, which occurs in soil-rich decaying organic matter in the Midwest US. Why is this all like US? Wait. Wait a second. Why is all of the fungal meningitis seemingly very heavily located in North America? Are we missing something here? At least people can accurately ask you, what's up, doc? This is true. This is true. Being a VTuber fan can give you brain damage. What if being a VTuber fan is what gives you fungal meningitis? This is the real question. Hi, GSF. Yeah, we're checking out a wiki page because I started thinking about what if you get a fungus infection in your brain, and then I needed to know more about it. Yeah. This is the first time I'm learning about brain rot from a VTuber as opposed to getting brain rot from them. Well, it's not technically rot, is it? Actually, it's not technically rot because it's not decomposing. It's an infection. It's a brain infection. But brain rot can also be a thing, actually. I'm sure you can get gangrene in literally anywhere in your body, and you can probably also get gangrene in your brain. And also, actually, now I think about it, there are literally degenerative diseases. I guess prion disease and like Alzheimer's and stuff could arguably be considered brain rot. That's a horrible way to put it, though. Hi, Oxover. Hi. Infectious disease docs love figuring out localities. Yeah, right? They're always like, we've localized this species of bacteria pathogen to this location. And I'm like, that's cool. That's cool. Hi, Adame. Hi. How are you doing? I hope you're good. In my professional opinion, the chance of us not yapping. Yeah, there's very little chance of us not yapping, to be fair. Just read Cryptococcus, inhaling soil contaminated with bird droppings. How do you even do that? How is it the most common cause? I mean, it's not that difficult to do, right? If you're out in your garden and there happens to be bird droppings and you're just like digging, you know, you're planting plants and you're like, I'm gonna make my garden bed look nice. And then you inhale like water vapor while you're digging from the soil and then it's got that in it. You know, it all adds up. It all adds up. Yeah, prions. Yeah, prions are scary. Prions are scary. Yeah, sepsis is really scary. Sepsis gives me fear. Yeah, bird droppings are literally everywhere. It's true. It's true. I'm never going outside again. That is definitely not the takeaway. What was the poll result? Functioning like a machine. Oh, thank you. But then a third of you said barely holding on. Interesting. Interesting. How am I simultaneously functioning like a machine and barely holding on? Oh dear. Okay, I'm glad that most of you think that I'm functioning like a machine, but I don't feel like it. I had to delay my PhD submission lots and lots of times because I kept getting distracted reading about like weird internet conspiracy theories rather than writing up my experiment results. So that probably says something. Machines can be barely holding on. It's true. They do break down. It's true. And I have been on the verge of it for so long. Yay! Yippee! Lots of tape. It's true. I am holding together with duct tape. It's very true. With the inhaling, a lot of the droplets can be made airborne by either splashing from puddles that formed near structures in cities or puddling on solid surfaces. I see. That's horrifying. Is sepsis just any damage from pus buildup and from an infection? It's scary and fast. No, sepsis is people sometimes call it like blood poisoning, but it's basically a systemic infection and it works kind of differently to other infections. Localized infections will generally, you know, give you a fever. They'll make the area swell up. White blood cells will like rush into the area and make it look gross and stuff. But sepsis works differently. One of the main symptoms of sepsis, as I remember it, is actually a very rapid drop in temperature, like core body temperature. So it's like the opposite of a fever, but it's not good. It makes all of your organs shut down, basically. It's really, really scary. Yeah. And also, hi, Veta Quartz. Hi. Hello. Thank you for mentioning Zotero last stream. I'm using it now and it's already much better than what I did before. You're welcome. Zotero is my beloved. If I had to choose one favorite, like, software for research, it would be Zotero. I love Zotero so much. Hi, old TextNew. Hi. That bolt is hanging on by its last thread. Genuinely me. I am the bolt. I am hanging on by my last thread. We've had some more lab safety registered check-ins. Hello, Mr. Harold. Hi, Chaka, Ikatono, Joe, Victor, and Woodsticks. Hi, everybody. Hi. How are you all doing? I hope you're good. Yeah. Wait. So let's read some more about fungal meningitis. Risk factors. Okay. Risk factors. People with a weak immune system are most at risk. That includes individuals taking in immunosuppressive medication, people on chemotherapy, HIV patients, premature babies with very low birth weight, and the elderly. And obviously, like if you've got any kind of, you know, systemic immunocompromisation, like for example, if you've got primary immunodeficiency, you would be at risk of this. So yeah, so it sounds like it's something that only really happens if you've got a weakened immune system in the first place, but it could happen to anybody. It's just more likely. And then people who are at increased risk of acquiring particular fungal infections in general may also be an increased risk. People residing in Midwestern US, Southwestern US, and Mexico are at increased risk of histoplasma and wait, coccidioides. Why do they always give things names like this? I suffer. They diagnose it with blood tests and testing cerebrospinal fluid for pathogens. And then treatment. There we go, treatment. Treatment. So fungal meningitis is treated with long course of high-dose antifungal medications. The duration of treatment is dependent on the causal pathogen and the patient's ability to stave off the infection. For patients with a weaker immune system or diabetes, treatment will often take longer. The prognosis depends on the pathogen responsible and the risk group. Overall mortality for Candida meningitis is 10 to 20%. So that means that 10 to 20% of people that develop like Candida fungal meningitis will actually like pass away from it. And then 31% if you've got HIV, 11% if you've had the infection introduced in neurosurgery. So yeah, it's not it's not great. And then prognosis for Aspergillus and why do I keep struggling with this? Coccidioidal infections are poor. So that's not good. So TLDR, don't get fungal meningitis. You'll get very, very sick and you might die. That's not great. Nah. Anyway, should we look at the science that we're meant to be looking at? Oh dear. What a mess. Don't do that. Don't get the fungal meningitis. Don't do that. Yeah. Systemic blood pressure drop from body's damage to infection. Thank you, Arksolver. Thank you. I knew it was systemic, but I didn't know the specifics of it. Not a problem, but my name is said as healed. I'm sorry. I don't know why I misread the R, L as an R. I don't know why I did that. Long course of high-dose antifungal medication sounds like a polite way of saying you're effed, maybe. It's not great. It's not a great thing to be diagnosed with, to be honest. Yeah. The most common is weakened immune system. The second that I've seen has been in contaminated injections or the like. Oh, I see. But that must be pretty rare, right? So it's not a very common thing. At least it's not a brain-eating amoeba. That's true. The brain-eating amoeba is also horrifying. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. The mushrooms, no. I don't like the mushrooms. And also, Brains, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. And the Rogue of Light, thank you for the hydrate. I will hydrate. And J5, thank you for the Lab Safe Ferocious check-in. Thank you. Woodsticks, it's been a while. How are you doing? I'm glad you've managed to drop by today. I have hydrated. We also had a thingy. We had a mindfulness redeem the other day as well that I once again forgot to do. So we can do that very quickly. So let's do that very quickly before we go to our journal club. Let's do that. Flesh-eating bacteria sounds scary. Yeah, they're not great. They're definitely not my preference in terms of anything ever. Yeah, nowadays it's probably safer. In the 80s we had all the contaminated blood. Yeah, that's very, very true. That's very, very true. Also, hi, Late Stage username. Welcome in. Mushroom Kingdom Toad asthma. Yeah, that is. I officially declare you Toad MF if you are diagnosed with fungal meningitis. But to be fair, you've probably got bigger issues on your hands. Oh dear. Yeah, it's rare. I'm more aware because it's stuff we watch out for. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of. I feel like I'm very, very lucky because nothing happens in Ireland. We have no like threatening bacteria that I'm aware of. No threatening pathogens. We don't really have any like. We don't have any natural disasters. We don't really have political instability in general. Mostly. Most of the island doesn't. So, by and large, things are pretty chill. And I'm very, very grateful for that, you know? I feel very, very lucky anymore. No, mostly, I said. Mostly. I wouldn't say anymore. It's still a thing. You've jinxed it. The Irish flu is coming. Oh, no. No. That's your accent. That's not my accent. My accent is English. I'm English, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I am from England, so that's why I sound like this. But there probably is a little bit of a. I do get told sometimes that there's a little bit of something in there because I've been living in Ireland for a really long time now. So that's there's a little bit of an inflection that has been added to my accent probably at this point. Yes. Thank you for the hydrate, Nightmind. I will hydrate. I will hydrate. Our condolences. I know. It's sorry. I'm so. It's so sad. It's so sad. I'm bad at accents. That's okay. I am too. I am too. Apparently, the only one that I can do is Sean Bean's accent specifically. So there you go. Hi, Comsu. Hi, hi. Ireland is the best. It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I do like it here. You must have picked up a bit of Irish influence. maybe. I don't know. Some when I talk to people from back home, they're like, "Oh my god, you sound so Irish now," and I'm like, "I really don't, but okay." And then I was so offended. I'm still thinking about this. There was a comment on like a clip of me a little while back, and it was like, "What is her accent?" And the first reply said Oxbridge. How dare you? How dare you accuse me of having an Oxbridge accent? I am offended and appalled. I am offended. I've never been to Oxford nor Cambridge. I have been to neither. I am so offended. Oh gosh. Okay, right, let's do our mindfulness redeem. Okay, let's do our mindfulness redeem. Right. 0 days without Psydere molding over comments calling her old or Oxford. Okay, the old I can cope with, okay? It's fair. Assuming that I'm old because I have a PhD, I will accept it, you know? I will accept it to some extent or another. Like, let's be honest, if people come in, the two things that they find out about me quickly is A, I've got a PhD, and B, I'm married. It's fair to assume that I'm like, you know, 30 or older. You're wrong, but it's fair to assume it, you know? It's fair to assume it. I can see why you think that. But calling me old, come on. Oh no, I sound like I went to a posh uni. I didn't though. I didn't go to a posh uni. So yeah. More Stalybridge than Oxbridge? Genuinely, actually. Oh my gosh, I've been to Stalybridge. I've been there before. Oxford and I see the few times that I've been there. See, I've never even been there. I don't know anything about Oxford as a place. Literally nothing. I know a little bit about Cambridge because I do know people that have like worked there or got their PhDs there. And like everyone's like, yeah, there's lots of bridges. What's your favorite bridge? How long did it take you to get your PhD? It took me 5 years. I did my, well, I mean, if you're, okay, there was a bit of overlap between things because pandemic made timelines weird and stuff. But I did my undergrad in 4 years. I did my my master's in 1 year, and then I did my PhD in 5. Well, 5. It's not technically 5. It's 5. Let's be honest, it's 5. It's 5. Why did that cause me pain? I'm sorry. What, you're not? Yeah, I'm not over 30. Not yet. I'm under 30. For now. Just clinging on. Yeah, I'm younger than 30. Did everyone actually think that I was over 30? How old did you think I was? How old did you think I was? What? Clifton Suspension Bridge is a good bridge. That's a good choice. That's a good choice. The bridge to Wales is very nostalgic. That's a decent choice. I thought you were 70. Rude. I figured around 26. Okay, that's very polite, to be fair. At least 28. Okay, interesting. 69. Okay. I would have guessed in the low 30s. Interesting. Interesting. But you don't sound it. You didn't sound it, but I heard PhD and assumed you were like spry sounding old. Depends on your definition of old. I would personally say I'm nowhere near the definition of old, so yeah. I wasn't allowed to assume, as you happened to clarify right after I joined. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. 28 and a half. That's weirdly specific, Lakuri. 27 or 31. Interesting. I mean, you're all not horribly far off, to be fair. Most of you are not horribly far off, so. Yeah, it's the PhD that throws people off, I think so. I think because like PhDs in the US take a really, really, really long time. So I know loads of people in the US that like graduated after they turned 30. So I can see that. But like PhDs in Europe are a bit faster. I haven't matured since I was 8, so I don't think I count as old. That's how I feel too. That's how I feel. Yeah, old starts at 60. I wouldn't even say that old starts at 60. I would say it's just at when you start to struggle. I don't know. I don't even know. Why even assume people's ages? I'm curious. I don't know. It's just fun, right? It's kind of fun to see how far people are from where I actually am at. You're a young'un? Yeah, I am. I am a young'un. Old starts at my age +1. Based on cell degeneration. Struggle, so at 7 is true. To be fair, if we were defining it off when you start struggling, I would be I would have been old from day 1. So that's a fair comment. I'm over 40. I'm very much an old man as far as to most people who watch VTubers, it seems. See, that's interesting because I don't think that's old. I don't think that's old. I would say if you're retired, that would be my cutoff. Like if you're retired and you can enjoy your time and you don't relate to the struggles of like doing extra hours to pay rent. Yeah. That would be what I think. I don't know. Okay, so there's about to be an ad break. So I'm going to give you all a task. Okay. We're going to do our mindfulness task that was redeemed last stream that I forgot to do. Okay. And then I'm going to run away and grab some more water because it is really, really warm today. And then I'm sorry, you can put your answers into chat while I'm away and grabbing my water. Does this sound like a good plan? I think this is a smart plan. Okay. I think this is a smart plan. If you're retired, that one tech bro in the audience that bought Bitcoin in 2011. Look, if there's one tech bro in the audience that bought Bitcoin and has a large amount of spending money and doesn't contribute towards our citizen science goal, then I'll be very disappointed. Okay, so the question is, when in your life were you happiest? It's a journaling question, so it's kind of deep. So you can be as deep or as surface level as you want to with this, because it is quite an intense prompt. When in your life were you happiest? Have a think about that. And then we will come back. I'm going to leave it out, actually, because otherwise I'm going to forget about it. But yes, have a think about when in your life you were happiest. If you're comfortable sharing, put it in chat. If not, you can keep it to yourself and just reflect on it. And I will be back in a second. Hello. Oh, wait, this is the wrong screen. There we go. We got there eventually. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I was having a think. When was the happiest time in your life? I was having a think about this, and I actually don't know. I feel like life after the age of 25 generally has been decent. It's been acceptable, at least, largely. I don't know if I can pin down one specific happiest time because I try to just be happy in general. Yeah, that was my thinking about the question. Jack Keller asks, what's the citizen science goal? The citizen science goal is basically if I if I manage to raise enough money via the stream, then I want us to do a science project together. But in order to do it, it needs money, okay? Because it needs money to get the ethics approval. We need to go through a IRB approval process, like to be able to recruit, you know, people to take part in our psychology research. So we need money to do the ethics application, and then we also need money to then publish it at the end. We need a fair bit of money. So next week, whenever it starts, I've forgotten when it starts. Is it this one? Yes, it is. Let me just check the date on it. It starts on Saturday. Starting on Saturday, we're going to be doing a subathon. We're going to be doing a subathon, and I'm going to be debuting my new model. Yeah, we're going to be raising money, and I haven't released officially the goals yet. But I will be upfront and say there is a stretch goal. It is a ridiculous stretch goal. There is no chance in any universe ever that we will ever hit it, but it is doing a citizen science project. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. General Twitch question, how do subathons work for people that are already subbed? That's a good question. It's only during the week, but it's not just going to be subs that contribute. It's also going to be like bits and other things too. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, gifted. Yeah, gifted. Yeah, but like those are it's going to be a bit of everything. So there's going to be. I can't speak about the specifics yet. Because we're still working on it. We're definitely not leaving things last minute. I definitely still haven't done most of the assets for this, by the way. Me and Husmod definitely don't have a crunch period coming up. Yeah, it's definitely last minute. You just jinxed yourself? No, wait, we never hit it. You've doomed yourself. I'm seriously, I really actually don't think we will. But you know, I was like, what people always ask me, like, you know, if you were suddenly given like a large amount of money, like a grant or something to do this, or like managed to crowdfund a ridiculous amount of money, what would you do with it? And genuinely my answer has always been, I want to do a citizen science project on stream. Because I just think it would be really cool for us to all actually do science together. And I think it would be more fun. I think it would be more interactive. It's not really science communication anymore. But I think it would be fun. It would be a cool little stream project for us to all do. Kind of like when people make games together or like work on community projects and stuff like that. So that's my thinking. That's what I want to do. What sort of thing would it be? I don't know. It would be basically down to all of you to decide. You could all drive it. We could do basically whatever's interesting to people. Yeah. Because as long as it's something that I have enough expertise to be able to like work out to provide oversight in terms of the methodology and, you know, like finding relevant theoretical concepts and stuff like that. So as long as it is like social science related, basically, we will be able to navigate it. But aside from that, yeah, it's pretty open. It's just whatever the community's interested in. Yeah. Is there a way to contribute to the goal through a direct donation, or will it all be through Twitch subs? I still can't give you an answer. I'm so sorry. We will find out on the day together. We will find out on the day together. 2 million target. It's definitely not a 2 million target. It's not a 2 million target. But it is more money than I think that we could realistically raise, but it's also the amount of money, because like the main reason for the subathon is to upgrade my PC, to be honest, because I can't do a lot of stuff on it sometimes. My PC really struggles when I'm streaming sometimes, and that's why when we're playing games, we pretty much only play games from like 2015 or before, and with low graphics. Like we play silly little comfy games that are like pixel based or very low resolution graphics for a reason. So yeah, it would mean that we can actually start playing a wider range of games, because there's loads of games that I've been requested to play and I just can't, like I literally just can't run them. So, or at least I can't run them and stream at the same time. So that's the main reason. And then the citizen science goal is like the cost of the ethics application and author processing charge on top of that. Because unfortunately, open science journals often do have a pretty hefty fee to publish. So you have to pay money to get your work published in the journal. So yeah. 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 Never underestimate Twitch chat. I'm stressed and terrified, but genuinely I don't think that it will happen. Because maybe the better reason is like, you know, other people actually stream as a job, and like I have a job, obviously. Me and Husmod both have jobs. We have okay paying jobs, but a large chunk of our money is just like either saving up or getting rid of debt. Like, for example, I have a large amount of student debt that I need to clear. So that's where most of my paycheck goes. So basically what I get from, like, what I put into streaming comes from streaming, if that makes sense. So I want to be able to do cool projects, but yeah, I can't. And that's where that's kind of, I'm trying to help myself like feel better about it, because I feel weird about it. I feel weird about like people, you know, spending money. I feel really weird about it, about people like crowdsourcing me a new PC. It feels weird. It feels wrong. But I'm trying to tell myself, like, I'm trying to make myself feel a little bit better about it by saying, you know, at the end of the day, it's a joint project. We're all doing it together. And if we can also, on top of that, have a stretch goal of doing citizen science together on stream, that would be super cool. Yeah. Kind of new to Twitch. What's a subathon? It's basically so people can like subscribe to the channel, or they can use bits. And basically what they do is, like, for lack of being completely blunt, they give money to the streamer. So a subathon is basically like an incentivized way of like trying to get people to give you money, for lack of a better word, which is why I feel so weird about it. I feel weird about it because I'm the type of person that feels very weird about like just being given money, but I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I want to be able to do projects together. So yeah. Used to begging for grants from various organizations. No, Twitch chat is just another organization. I mean, kind of actually. I do know a few science projects that have been crowdsourced, and I'm trying to tell myself it's similar to that, basically. Yeah. Yeah. Also, sorry, I've been yapping. I haven't been saying thank you for the follows. Thank you. Lost the Return, Cow Calex, Tree Dog Knight, Tomaste Cito, and is it Zeattack? Thank you all so much for the follows. Welcome in. Welcome in. How does the timer work for the subathon? So normally there will be a timer, and basically for every time someone subscribes, it will add a certain amount of time onto the timer. So for example, it might be 2 minutes extra onto the timer. Like I said, I'm not entirely sure how we're working it out yet. The bigger thing for me is that there's like goals that I want to hit, because those I've worked out. I basically did like a back calculation of like, what would I need to upgrade my PC? And then from there, and then also like how much extra would it be to do the citizen science project? And then just worked it out from there. So we've got goals. We've got goals. I need to make all of the graphics and stuff. That's on my to-do list for at some point. But yeah, that's something to look forward to, I guess. 1 second of our is added to the video per sub donated. Instant million. Oh gosh. Oh no, we're at 0 words per minute. Ah! Okay, we should, yeah. Don't make it 5 minutes per sub. Call it a warning and a lesson from someone else. Yes, I have seen this. It is a capped one. It's a capped subathon. It's capped at a week because I need to go back to work. I'm using my annual leave at work so that I can do the subathon. So I will be streaming. I think I've worked it out so that I'll have like 1 day off at least at the end to just lie down and stare at the wall, and then I'll just go back to my science job. So that's gonna be a thing. Wish me luck with that. I'm like doing all of my thesis edits right up until the subathon, and then doing the subathon for a week, and then going straight back to work. That no sleep for the wicked, I guess. How are you explaining your holiday to your colleagues? Oh, my colleagues already know. They already know about streaming. They're fine with it. They think it's cool. Once my manager came in and gifted a sub. Yeah, so they're fine with it. How much annual leave do you get at your job? We get the standard like 4 weeks, but there is technically 2 weeks also extra at Christmas where the office is shut, so that's quite good. So it ends up being 6 weeks, you know, functionally, but you get as much as you take, basically, up to 4 weeks. We are in Europe, after all. We are in Europe, so we take our holidays very, very seriously. But yeah, I'm very grateful for it because it does mean that I basically get a week that I can use for this. I also took a week to do my PhD as well, so yeah. Yeah, based manager, very much so. I've heard of uncapped subathons going on for absurd durations. Yeah, I've seen some ones that's like a year long. It's wild. Jealous. I'm sorry, Mylin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Why are you taking a week off? So you remember that Pikmin song? A large chunk of my colleagues are subscribed to my YouTube channel, and I do live in fear that they've all seen the Pikmin song. Nobody's ever mentioned it. They share my shorts regularly, like in our Slack, but they've never shared the Pikmin song, and I hope and pray that they never see it. But I fear that they might have. Oh, dear. But yeah, anyway, let's put that away. There's a sneaker Slack channel just to discuss it. Don't do this to my anxiety, man. Don't do that. Time to get a job at your place and share the Pikmin song. Violet, no! Don't do it! Don't do it! Oh, no. No, don't show me to class this semester. Don't do that. Don't do, I swear. No, because I used to have a lecturer that used to like play silly meme songs as everyone was entering class. Don't give them ideas. They've all downloaded it, backed it up online. No. No. Don't do this to me, man. Don't do this to me. I'm suffering. I'm suffering. Please no. Please no. Oh gosh. Right, I want to have a quick skim over what people said about when was the time in their life that they were happiest. I can put the card away now also because I actually did it. Let's go. We did the mindfulness for once, and then we will do science. We will finally do some science. Okay. COVID was when I learned that all my years practicing being an antisocial weirdo prepared me to feel normal in that situation, and that's not good. I feel that. I still live like it's COVID, actually. I just don't really leave the house very much, to be completely honest. I'm not gonna lie. School years 7 to 9, all downhill from there. No, Bastian! No, I'm sorry. Hopefully it will get better. Hopefully it will get better. Just like what people say about when what the best moment should be, I think the first best time to be happy is your whole life. The second best time is now. I think that's a really nice way to say it, Rory Stream. I think that's a very nice way to say it. Each year of my life was worse until about 14, and then I started getting treated for my mental illnesses, at which point I started getting better. Still not doing well, but this is certainly my happiest. That makes me happy. I'm glad you're doing better. I'm glad you're doing better. And that seems like it might be only up from here, so that's good. That's good. Yeah. I don't think I can think of a time specifically. I can think of snippets and events. I just try to ride the up and down and leave it better than when I showed up. I think that's my approach to Bobo. Like, I just try and I don't really say like there was a set time in my life that I am happiest, because like for me there's always a time, like there's always something that I'm happy with, if that makes sense. So I just try. I do admittedly think that I will be a bit happier once I'm done with these thesis edits. I'm not gonna lie. Happiest time is always now. That's such a nice approach, Woodsticks. I like that. I like that. When I met the people who loved me and accepted me for who I am without any unnecessary preconditions, I like that too. I like that too. That's very, very nice. 1 a.m. Memorial Day weekend in 2009. That's very specific. That's very specific, but I love that. I love that. I think I'm currently in the happiest spot I've ever been. I might be chronically ill and unable to work, but I've been able to create a social media platform that brings joy to people and lightens their day, which as someone whose life goal is to do good, I'm feeling for the first time I'm achieving it. That's so nice. I love that. You know what? I'm not going to lie. I think that's also kind of how I feel about streaming as well. Because like, for me, it was always about like, you know, meeting people and forming a community and doing cool stuff together. And I do feel like we're starting to manage to do that, you know? I've needed a lot of time to like get there and learn the skills, but I think we're starting to get there. And hopefully it's just going to keep getting better and we'll keep doing cool stuff together. I think it's very cool and very fun. Yeah. I'm very, very happy now that I have, you know, streaming and I have a job that I'm really, really grateful for as well. Like the two things together. And also I've obviously got Housemod. That goes without saying. Like I've got so many things starting to layer up in my life where I'm like, things are okay now. Things are good. Yeah. So I feel that. I feel that. Having like a meaning, having a purpose in life is a very, very big thing regarding feeling like you're happy. Also, my dad's just retired. So for the first time ever, we can have strong quality time together. Without other family members. So I'm getting to know him much more as a friend than my dad. That's so nice. And my sister had baby twins. They're 13 days old and adorable. That's so cute. I love that. I love that. Walking with my wife and 2 boys, exploring a riverside as a family this summer. That's so cute. I love that. I love that. I like it that like some of you are like, from what I get meaning from, some of it is like events that are happening that I hold on to. Some of it is like the people in my life. It's really, really interesting how we all kind of value different things, but they all bring us happiness. That makes me happy. Careful, chat. She's casting parasocial spells. I'm not. It's not parasocial if I'm actually interacting with you. Be proud of your streams as well. Thank you, Husmod. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Baked Bean. Let's go, Baked Bean. Welcome in, Baked Bean. That's a great username. I love that. And also, Sapperfair, if I said that right. I'm sorry if I haven't. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follows. I feel like my happiness is directly correlated with how much I do things for my own volition. So if I look too much at the news, I often feel helpless, and vice versa if I'm away on holiday. Yeah, my beans! If I'm away on holiday and do what I want, I become very happy. It's probably just the happiest moment in my life is the last time that I was free to do whatever. I think agency definitely plays a big part of it, right? A very, very big part of it. Like, this seems to be the pattern is like social connections, agency, something you can derive meaning from. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that aligns with the literature, but obviously I'm not a clinical psychologist, so I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Past 10 months, finally found a legit friend group in real life and reunited with a best friend from the past who's healed a good part of my heart. That's so sweet. I love that. I love that. Hi, Racco. Hi. Hello. How are you? Sorry, it's been a minute since you came in. I'm sorry. I went away and disappeared and then came back. Oh dear. These are such nice things though. It's such a nice like range of things. it would engage the class. It would perk up if an orange woman appeared. It's true. If you walked into a class and there was just like a random VTuber doing random things on the screen, that would definitely get people's attention. What was the time zone for the start of the subathon? It's BST, UK and Ireland time. It's either BST or IST, depending on who you ask. But yeah, it's UTC +1. Happiest time had to be the first time I got my own place. I was 100% independent and could do whatever I wanted. I feel that so much. I was very happy when I moved out. Psydere's happiest moments streaming. Husmod maybe. Husmod definitely. Husmod definitely. But the thing you need to understand is that Husmod is like a continuous presence in my life. Like my life is basically before Husmod and after Husmod. And I must say it's been significantly better after Husmod. He's still here. It's not like he's I don't mean after as in he's disappeared. Yeah, colloquial parasocial instead of officially parasocial. That's valid. That's valid. Yeah, I still haven't fixed the guide for raid reward. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should do that. Oh, let me fix it actually. Can I fix it right now? Let me see if I can do this real quick. What I need to do is refund. Tayu, I think, redeemed it. Oh, I think Husmod's already done it. Thank you, Husmod. Yeah, I think Tayu redeemed it like during the big raid, and then I was panicking and didn't know how to like see it because things were going too quickly, and then I didn't realize until afterward, and I was like, no, oh no, I missed it. I missed it. This is so sad. I think that's adorable and also reminds me of how my girlfriend and I think of our lives. That's so cute. I love that. I love that. It's probably where education is going in 20 years, virtual teachers. It could well be, actually. Like, imagine if like there was like an online university that was actually just, the teachers just used VTuber avatars. I feel like that must be accessible for neurodivergent people, right? It's like if the teachers have avatars, you might be able to pay a bit better attention to them. Because I always really, really struggle to focus on people. I struggle to focus on people on a screen, but when it's a character, I'm like, heck yeah, now I'm interested. Hi Kiara, hi, how are you? How are you? How are you doing? Still unavailable. Oh, weird. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what's going on with that. I think soon I'll be much happier. I had a bit of a bubbling mental health thing, and the moment right before it was my favorite time, and I'm finally getting it treated, and now I have a bunch more stuff. Makes me happy, so things are looking up. Let's go, Astro! Let's go! I'm so happy for you. I hope things do keep going up, getting better. Yeah. Thank you, Kiara. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad you're doing well. I hope you're doing well too. I hope you're doing well too. Wait, why did I say that actually? I just realized I said, I'm glad you're doing well. And then I said, I hope you're doing well. What is going on with my brain today? I haven't even started reading the paper yet. We're an hour and a half in and we haven't even started. Good Lord. Yeah, like VTuber Khan Academy. Exactly. That would be fun. That would be fun. Yeah, we should do a research paper together. That would be so fun, honestly. That would be so fun. We have a good pitch here to go to Crash Course. Yeah, maybe. That'd be cool. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Okay, right. Let's read the paper now. It's time to read the paper. This is the paper for today. This is the paper for today. Okay, the paper is tune into the Pre-Bunking Network. Development and validation of 6 inoculation videos that pre-bunk manipulation tactics and logical fallacies in misinformation. And it is published by Mikey Biddlestone, John Rosenbeek, Jane Suter, Eileen Cullity, and Sander van der Linden, who, by the way, sometimes I just say Sander van der Linden out loud because it sounds nice. It's just one of those things. It's one of those things where it's like, that is a name that I enjoy saying out loud. And it was published in Political Psychology very, very recently. This is early online access. So, yeah, we're actually somewhat on trend. Sander has a fun name, I know, right? Sander van der Linden. Oh, it's so satisfying. So satisfying. Classic misinformation, exactly. What is pre-bunking? I think we will get to that. Hopefully there will be a definition. But TLDR, pre-bunking is basically debunking in advance. That's why it's called pre-bunking. That's a very, very scuffed, very, very short summary of what it is. It's more than that, but yeah. It does roll off the tongue, doesn't it? It's a good name. I agree. Okay. Pre-bonking. Threatening. Okay, so abstract. Let's read the abstract. Let's go. Okay, so meta-analyses. So meta-analyses are basically big fancy statistical models that take in loads and loads of papers and look at loads of findings in them and then put them all together and go, let's make up a let's work not make up, but let's like find out what they all say together statistically. Yeah, time to pretend we all know the big words. Tell me if you don't know a word and I will do my best to tell you what it means. Oh wait, I've gone too high. There we go. Okay. So meta-analyses have demonstrated how inoculation interventions there's going to be lots of words that we need to define. Inoculation theory. You know what? They're going to explain inoculation theory in the introduction. I say let's skip the abstract, okay, and then come back to it. Do they define it here? Yes, they do. Perfect. Okay. Let's just skip the abstract today. Let's just go straight to the introduction. We don't need the abstract. Okay. So, ranked as the top societal risk by the World Education Forum, the global spread of misinformation poses a threat to science, public health, and the integrity of democracies and elections worldwide. A recent consensus report from the American Psychological Association defines misinformation as any information that is I hate this word. Demonstrably false or otherwise misleading, regardless of its source or intent. Because of an outright sorry, I'm laughing because the first author on that is Sanna van der Linden, and my brain was like, Sanna van der Linden, and that's gonna keep happening every time his name pops up. So that's good. Because outright falsehoods are relatively less common than content that is generally misleading, the biggest problem is content which involves some grain of truth alongside a known manipulation technique. Manipulation techniques can be defined as the strategic use of communication to alter people's beliefs, perceptions, or attitudes that tend to distract from the lack of evidential support for a claim, usually to achieve some agenda. Basically propaganda. Logical fallacies, which is flawed reasoning that fails to adhere to the principles of logic, can also be used manipulatively to achieve the same outcomes. Yeah. Do you count from the beginning of the stream? Yeah, when do we count from, actually? Do we count from the beginning of the stream, or do we count from the beginning of the paper? It's going to get to the point where AI, where nobody believes anything they see. Fake pictures, fake videos, AI writing, AI speech, even AI music. Nothing is real anymore. That is a horrifying thought, D3 volts. That is a horrifying thought. Apparently, at the minute, based on the most recent studies that I've seen, at the minute, people generally don't see that much AI-generated misinformation yet, but I don't know if that's because they are just not identifying it as being AI-generated, in which case that is horrifying in itself. Yeah. Yeah, the paper's just thrown the big words in the first five in the big sentence. 5 in the big sentence. 5 in the first sentence. It is like that. It is like that. Beginning of the stream, I see. That's why my words is so low all the time. Since you're British or something, does that mean that when you look at something, you get a propaganda? That took way too long for me to process. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Social engineering. Have you read Kevin Mitnick? I have not. But if you have a recommendation for me to read, please put it somewhere where it will actually be recorded. I think there's like a recommendations thing in the credits. Maybe also put it in the Discord server if you're in there. I don't know. I've lost track of who's in the Discord server now. I used to know everybody, and now like lots of people joined, and I can't remember who is and who isn't in there yet. I recently learned about the Egon Chalakian rabbit hole. Still not sure if that person is AI or how much AI is used in his videos. I don't know who that is. That sounds like a rabbit hole that I could end up going down at some point. Okay. So TLDR. TLDR. Big organizations, non-governmental organizations are seeing a lot of misinformation on the internet, especially, but in general also. And they are they are worried about it because, good Lord, there is a lot of it. That's what this boils down to. So sometimes the misinformation uses propaganda techniques, like persuasion techniques, and we want to find out if there is a way to deal with that. That's what an intervention is. An intervention is just basically like, okay, there is a problem. How can we get in there and do something to stop it from being a problem? So yeah, that's what this is about, basically. Yeah. One troubling example of the manipulative use of logical fallacies can be found in a 2021 headline from the Chicago Tribune. A healthy doctor died 2 weeks after getting a COVID-19 vaccine, went viral, and created widespread misperceptions because it falsely implied causation where there was only correlation, a known logical fallacy. Yes, because just because two things are related, they happen at similar time, or they, one goes up, the other goes up too, doesn't mean that they are causally linked. They can be caused by something else, or they can just be coincidence. Yes. By combining controlled experimental trials with exposure data from social media, recent research estimates that misleading headlines such as these are 46 times more damaging to vaccine intentions than outright fact-checking falsehoods. Misleading information can also undermine citizens' shared trust in democratic institutions. This has led to policy recommendations for the promotion of media literacy education around support for democracy and civic values in the hopes of protecting citizens against the eroding impact of misinformation on democratic functioning. Yeah. So what they're saying about democratic functioning is basically like, what the literature tends to show is that like if people are like believe misinformation or conspiracy theories, they don't really engage in politics in the way that like would be the norm, I guess. They're more likely to go to violent protests. They're more likely to refuse to vote. If they do vote, they're more likely to vote for extreme parties, things like that. So that's what they're saying about like civic values and stuff like that. Like, for democracy to function, people need to actually like do the democracy stuff. And yeah, they if they don't do it, things become a bit messy. Society becomes a bit messy. We live in a society, etc. Hi Tayu, hi. This is an intervention. You're just too cool. I'm definitely not, but thank you. I'm just a silly sausage roll, one could say. Who else up doing the democracy? Yeah, I'm gonna democracy all over that democracy or something. I don't know. I'm gonna civic engage all over that democracy. That was a terrible sentence and I regret saying it. A silly vegan sausage roll, exactly, that's me. Okay, one way that this can be measured, she vote on my issues till I pass the bill. She vote on my ballot till I democracy. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I agree, the good stuff. Vegan sausage roll, it is in fact very, very good. 10 out of 10, highly recommend. Okay, one way that this can be measured is through improving the detection of manipulation, and another is through manipulation discernment, the ability to distinguish manipulative information from non-manipulative information. Meta-analytic evidence has demonstrated the efficacy. I hate this word because my brain auto fills it to efficiency, and that's not right. Efficacy. Efficacy is like how effective it is. Well, not quite. Well, no, kind of. How much of an effect it has. Clips, no. No. Meta-analytic evidence has demonstrated the efficacy of certain interventions to increase the credibility discernment of information, namely psychological inoculation, the motivation of psychological defense against manipulation, which involves preemptive reputations for how this manipulation might occur, and the presentation of defanged microdoses of misinformation to test the subsequent psychological immunity against this manipulation. Holy jargon, Batman. Good lord. Thank you for the follow, for villainy. There we go. We got there eventually. Thank you. I apologize. I'm struggling to talk today, clearly. Yes. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Her linguistic skills are demonstrably efficacious at communicating science. Thank you. Thank you, Lakuri. Of course. I still don't understand the difference between detection and discernment. So basically, detection is like... Yeah. How would I describe it? My understanding is like detection is like identifying whether it is there, and discernment is like how accurate you are at telling how bad it is. I don't know if that makes sense. That's kind of how I always understood it. I might be slightly wrong though, because I also have struggled to work out the difference. Isn't detection just a raw absorbing of information? Discernment is processing it? Not quite. Because you need to process it to some extent to be able to detect that something is there, right? Like detection is like, I see the thing is there. And then discernment is more like, yeah, Cleaver, exactly. It's more like being able to tell things apart, exactly. Like, so you can detect that there is misinformation, but you might not be able to tell where it is, for example. So that would be just detection. And then discernment would be like, I see a range of 5 things and I can tell that these 2 are misinformation and these 3 are not. So yeah, that's a good way to describe it. They've invented their own miniature universe of jargon. That's just science generally, to be fair. We do love a good jargon. Detection is the act of sensing or discovering the presence of something, and then discernment is to understand, judge, or recognize the true nature, considering careful consideration and analysis. Yeah, kind of like differentiating, I guess, maybe. Yeah. Detect is to see, and then discern is to, yeah, tell them apart, basically. Yeah. So, working through this, the efficacy of certain interventions. So that's basically how effective the interventions are at improving discernment, which is telling which thing is misinformation and which thing isn't. And then preemptive refutations. So if you've heard of if you've heard of debunking misinformation, you know, when like people are like, hey, this is wrong, I am going to debunk it. And then they explain all the ways it's wrong. That's what preemptive refutation is basically. It's thinking like, okay, I know that there is going to be, in this media ecosystem, there is probably going to be some kind of misinformation about vaccines. Let's say vaccines cause autism. We're preempting that people are going to be exposed to the idea that vaccines cause autism when they don't, okay? So that's what preemptive refutation is explaining to people in advance, like, hey, vaccines don't cause autism. This is the evidence for it. Yeah. And then the presentation of defanged microdoses of misinformation. So a defanged microdose is basically like, the best way I can describe it is that like it's something that's very, very obvious. It's very, very obvious. It's like 1 or 2 examples of things that are very, very obviously misinformation. The way that I've done it in the past, like when I've been doing research onto this kind of thing, is like, you make it silly. That's the best way I can describe it. You make it over the top, exaggerated, really, really silly, so that they can easily tell apart, like, okay, this one is the one that's not true. But it also demonstrates, like, you know, an argument that you might hear in real life. And then to test subsequent psychological immunity against manipulation. So psychological immunity against manipulation is basically, there are these persuasive techniques. How much can you resist them? You know, if you experience someone trying to persuade you this misinformation, how well can you sit there and say no, it's not true. I can tell that you are lying to me. Yeah, So, did that help to break down the jargon? I don't know if it did. Did that all kind of make sense? So defanged microdoses are like vaccines, but for misinformation instead of viruses. Yeah. So I can see in the next paragraph, we're going to be talking about inoculation theory, psychological inoculation theory. But that is basically exactly what this is. The whole theory is built on a, I guess like an analogy, like a metaphor of, you know, if there's a pathogen in the wild, you have a weakened version of it. You give it to the person, they have an immune response. They don't actually get horribly sick from it, but their body, you know, for lack of a better term, remembers how to fight it. And then it's exactly the same with misinformation. Yeah, it is. So, you know, we give them a weakened version of the misinformation. They are now aware of it. They know how to mentally resist it. So yeah, it's exactly the same. Is there a I portrayed myself as a gigatad and you as a pathetic soy jack tacting to battles with misinformation? I don't know, actually. I don't know if there's a tactic around that. It would be interesting if there is. I've certainly never seen it. But memes are used to spread misinformation. And I don't see this like acknowledged enough, frankly, in the literature. But I also don't see it acknowledged enough that like sometimes misinformation memes are shared as a meme. Like they're shared ironically. This is something which, as far as I can see, hasn't really been addressed in the research literature yet. And I feel like this would be a potential very cool avenue to go down, is like, can people tell when the meme is ironic? And can they tell when it is not ironic? That would be interesting. But I don't know. I don't know if they would be able to tell. So, yeah. Yeah. Does it mean there's a discerning department at the police who discerns what detective department detects? The discernment department. What do they do? I wonder what they would do, actually. That's funny. Yeah, discerning customer knows the quality of what they're buying. Exactly. Exactly. The House Hippo ad in Canada? What? I don't know what the House Hippo ad is, Scoom. I don't know what that is. House Hippo? What's a House Hippo? I wonder if there's the opposite of the vaccines equal autism divide. Apparently he thinks that all autistic people are geniuses like Sheldon Cooper and they're getting their kid all the jabs. I feel like there probably isn't. There is definitely like a group of people out there that think that like autism is basically the next evolutionary step for humanity, which I find absolutely fascinating. I find that so interesting. Like that's a narrative that I have heard. Yeah. But I don't know if there would be people that would then also believe the vaccines thing and then get their kid all of the vaccines. How well are you protected from mimetic brain fungi? Oh no. I wonder if there's some sort of dynamical system that can talk about immersion into conspiracy and positive or negative impact at the attempts to debunk it. Because there's literature on people resisting debunking the more they're immersed, and I wonder how far you'd need to be to that for that to happen. Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because there's like evidence that basically conspiracy theory beliefs kind of reinforce each other a bit. So if you believe some conspiracy theories, it seems to make you more likely to then believe other conspiracy theories. And if you look at longitudinal data over time, it seems like sometimes some people, they do, like, for lack of a better term, like fall down the rabbit hole. Like they do just start believing more and more of them, and it builds up into an entire worldview. But it's really, really interesting how that happens. There are short fake advertisements about house hippos that ended in "Don't believe what you see on TV." I see. That might have been the original pre-bunking then. Yeah. I think this paper might be doing exactly that, which is quite funny. Yeah. It's quite funny. Sorry, I needed to put some hand cream on because my hands need moisturizing. My hands need to be moisturized. Isn't that nice? They're dry because it's warm. Hi, Wafko. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. It make a lot of sense if autism wasn't a spectrum. I know, right? If it wasn't such a wide spectrum, it would start, like, you could consider it maybe, but yeah. Also the fact that like a lot of autistic people do really, really struggle to look after themselves in any way whatsoever, speaking from experience. So some days Husmod has to remind me to eat food because I just forget. Like, I just don't realize I'm hungry. I just forget. Yeah. Unrelated, but we have to keep hand cream in the lab during the winter due to all the hand washing. This is smart. I remember when I worked at the NHS and I was washing my hands like 70 times a day or something. It was terrible. It was so bad. That's when I developed eczema. I didn't used to have eczema before then on my hands, and it developed it on my hands then, and it never went away. So that's good. My hands are ugly. My hands are ugly and covered in eczema. Wonderful stuff. Welcome in, Mastery. Welcome in. I don't think it's like an evolutionary step, but a variation leading to a path there, because evolution doesn't really work like a ladder, more like a tree. Yeah, exactly. Like saying it's a step in itself is kind of misunderstanding how evolution works. I agree. I agree. It could be a path. Who knows? But I'm not sure if there would be enough, like, I'm not sure if there would ever be enough, like, genetic divergence in any way to actually make that a thing. I'm not convinced of that. I'm not convinced of that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So, paper. Back to the paper. So, we're going to learn about inoculation theory now. Okay. Psychological inoculation is a theory of resistance to persuasion developed by Maguire in the 1960s. By preemptively refuting a weakened dose of persuasive tactics to participants, Maguire and, Papageorgis, I think I did that okay, demonstrated that preventing persuasion was a particularly effective way to confer psychological resistance. This work has been compared to a psychological vaccine, wherein participants are psychologically immunized against the virus of persuasion by misinformation through the administration of weakened doses of the tactics used to persuade or manipulate, encouraging the production of psychological antibodies, which leads to increased detection, increased motivation, and counter-arguing against these, such as increased detection, against these manipulation attempts. Yeah, so it is literally the whole theory. Like I said, the whole theory is just a metaphor. Yeah, I don't think the analogy. Oh wait, no, you're all talking. That makes sense. I agree. I think it kind of makes sense as an analogy. If you teach people, part of me wonders how much of it is just teaching people skills, you know? If you teach people the skills of like being able to identify like manipulation is happening, is it like a vaccine or is it just teaching them a skill? That's the only thing that I've never really worked out. But yeah. Thank you for the follow, Silky Chai. Welcome in. I hope you're good. Welcome into the research participation pool. What I find the most hard thing is to tell what Twitter user tries to say without looking at their Twitter bio, layers of vitriol and sarcasm, so much that their argument can be attributed to either side, whereas their bio sells them as some kind of radical, all of which divides people strongly into or to several camps, and it's quite an underestimated phenomenon. It is quite interesting, isn't it? The way that people use basically, like, I would describe that as like social identity signaling in their Twitter bio. So like they'll put in words or hashtags or emojis or something to like basically signal what groups they're part of, for lack of a better term. I mean, like, even I do this to some extent, right? If you go on my Twitter profile, you know straight away that I'm a VTuber, because it's just, I say so. I say that I'm a VTuber. But I also make it very clear that I'm also a scientist. So like I'm identity signaling too. And it's really interesting how people do that in their Twitter bios. I do agree that there is some degree of like political identity signaling on some bits of Twitter. I don't ever see them though, because I've muted all the words and muted all the accounts, and now my whole feed is nothing but VTubers. So and sometimes anime. VTubers and anime. That's my whole feed. It seems to me like you'd also need to motivate people to believe that this inoculation is an important thing for it to have long-term effects. I agree, Tayu. And this is something that I kind of fundamentally have an issue with in a lot of like misinformation and conspiracy theories intervention research is that, like, say, okay, maybe less so misinformation, but definitely with conspiracy theories, the whole point of it, and I should also clarify the difference between those two things, is that, like, misinformation is just information that's, like, it's just wrong. Basically, it's incorrect. Conspiracy theories can be misinformation, but they can also be true. And they are a narrative structure that argues that some kind of powerful group are manipulating things behind the scenes for their own gain. This can be a thing with misinformation, but it's more so a thing with conspiracy theories, is that basically people don't trust. People don't trust, like, the people that are telling them this is misinformation. And if they don't trust, for example, the people that are administering the intervention, then they're not going to engage in it. So this is something that I have, like, a kind of fundamental issue with, because I never really see it addressed that much in these studies. Yeah. But I agree that that's very, very important. Like, as well as motivating people to believe it, you also have to, like, motivate them to not disbelieve it. Like, it's both. And I think they're kind of separate things. Like, they're interrelated, but I think in some ways they're probably kind of separate things. Because, like, if somebody's just kind of neutral, then you need to motivate them to believe it. If somebody doesn't trust scientists, then you have to motivate them to not disbelieve it. You have to, like, overcome an entirely different barrier in a way. Hi, Silky Chai. Hi. Would it not be like teaching someone to swim? They'd be less likely to drown unless the body of water is too large. I guess potentially, but I don't know. It's, some people have already kind of developed the skills that they would need from other things. Like, you're unlikely to learn to, like, be able to swim if you're just thrown into a pool, like, if you know how to run, for example. But you can learn how to detect and, what's the word? Detect and discern misinformation from other places in life too. So, like, for example, just general education. So I wouldn't say they're exactly the same, but I guess if somebody has no basis whatsoever and then they're just suddenly thrown into a media ecosystem with a lot of misinformation, there is a risk that could happen. We don't really tend to see that, though. Yeah. For some reason, it's almost uniquely on X, maybe because messages are restricted to be short. It's almost impossible to tell if the other person agrees with the quote they repost. I think that this is a thing on other platforms too sometimes. The character limit does not seem to help. And also the quick nature of it as well. Like, the quick nature of it, like, means that you can't really read into what the other person is thinking. A lot of nuance is lost. But also, if you're replying to something, you do it more quickly because there's less characters, probably. So, yeah, the just kind of speed of the platform is probably part of the issue. That might well be, like, part of why people are really concerned about misinformation on TikTok as well in comparison to, like, YouTube and stuff, is because of the fast nature in which people churn through posts. I heard the other day someone tell me that they watched TikTok videos on 2x speed. I was like, that's wild. My brain would melt if I had that much information going in. It's also part virtue signaling. I mean, positive, not the normative definition, where you signal specifically to the in-group because that changes how people interact with you. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. When people realize I'm a VTuber and they're also a VTuber, they're very, very nice to me. And the same happens for all other kinds of groups, including political ones. I think the analogy makes sense if the knowledge would not help after the fact. And pre-bunking is inherently better than debunking. Yeah, it's true. Well, kind of. So from what I remember, the evidence is that debunking is okay. It's okay. But pre-bunking is a lot more effective. So I agree. Yeah, they tend to treat conspiracy theories as a synonym for misinformation. Yeah, and they're definitely not. And that bothers me. That bothers me. And also disinformation is also different. Because disinformation is more like propaganda. It's posted on purpose. Whereas misinformation can just be like, someone just posted it because they thought it was funny. Or like, because they genuinely thought it was true and they're just wrong. And then people share it on thinking it's right. Whereas like disinformation is always something that's shared like with the intent of purposely sharing wrong information. And people misuse the terms, they get them mixed up all the time, and I'm like, this annoys me. This annoys me. Sorry, I'm really behind on chat again. I apologize. Thank you for the follows. Pew Summer, Crispy, XP Crispy, and Eldritch Jester. Welcome in. Thank you all so much for the follows. Welcome, welcome. And also, hi, purified drinking water. Hello, hello. Lizard, 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 lizard. I agree. Lizard. So many lizard. It's underestimated how people are filtering with filtered silly messages to create a strong core of silly people that believe everything, as if con artists make their emails intentionally with poor design and poor grammar in order to filter out people that are able to notice them. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a very big part of it, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised, because like a lot of like disinformation in particular and conspiracy theories, they sound so wacky, right? And I do wonder whether that's intentional, because they pull in the people that are more inclined to believe wacky things. Yeah. Because once you've got a conspiracy theory especially, but also sometimes like disinformation, sometimes people build up entire communities around it because it becomes part of their identity to believe that one thing. So, yeah. Yeah, it goes deeper than just misinformation. Conspiracy theories go deeper than just misinformation. It's about narrative. To inoculate someone against conspiracy theories, you need to not just teach them to detect or discern misinformation, but to provide a narrative that resists conspiratorial thinking. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 9.34 words per minute. Let's go. Yay! We can do it. 20 hours to completion. Incredible. Yay. Yay! There's an old study that London taxi drivers have a different brain structure than other Londoners from the training. You got to wonder how kids growing up on short form media's brains are different. It's interesting, isn't it? It's so fascinating. I'm so fascinated about like what kind of research is going to come out about that. Like genuinely, I think it's going to be really interesting to see. Really interesting. Also potentially horrifying. Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. I have an unproven theory that conspiracies are deliberately ridiculous in order to alienate believers from outsiders. They could well be, genuinely. They could well be. The absurdity of some conspiratorial claims is also to hide and mask the underlying prejudice, such as anti-Semitism. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. If it sounds silly, then it can't be prejudiced. That's the thinking. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Yeah. I mean, a lot of them are kind of built on those like intergroup dynamics, right? So that's definitely a thing. That's definitely a thing. Simultaneously, a defensive and offensive strategy, both to deter people who can criticize or even report them, and to attract people who can benefit or further distribute the information. Interesting. This is such an interesting way to think about it. I love that. Me looking at ADHD charts and sweating. Okay, right. There's an ad playing at the minute. I'm going to use this time to very quickly run and grab a drink again. And then I will be back in literally like a minute or two when the ad's done. So I will see you in a second. Hello. I'm sorry. I have to complain a second. I was like, I'm going to go and quickly grab a snack while I'm away. I'm back. Hello. Yes. Hi, Dogrex. Hi. How are you? I'm angry. Something very, very angry. I'm angry. I give poutine. Hi. I'm angry. Okay. Listen to this. This has genuinely just ruined my day. Okay. I have a favorite type of crisps. I will be specific. I will call them out. It is the Tesco cheese and onion Tesco Finest crisps. Okay? They have been vegan for over a year. And Husmod got me them and didn't look at the label because why would you? They've been vegan for over a year. And I just went to have one and I took them out of the packet and I tried one and I was like, this tastes different. It tastes horrible. I spat it out. It's got milk in it now. Got milk in it now. Tesco nearly killed me. If I hadn't spat it out, I could have died. I died live on stream. So now I have some biscuits instead. I've realized I need to get over my fear of eating on stream at some point. It won't be today. It won't be today. Assassination attempt, I agree. Why is there milk and crisps? I don't know. Well, I guess because it's cheese and onion. But they used to be like vegan cheese and onion. So I could eat them. And now they've put milk in it. They've added actual cheese into them. And now they are threatening and I will die. It's a milk allergy. Well, yeah, it's not going to actually kill me. It's not that bad of a milk allergy, but like if I ate it, I could get really, really ill. I'd be out of commission for at least a few days, so. I'm eating a biscuit. Why would they switch it like that? It's a more expensive ingredient. I don't know. I hope my crunching isn't getting picked up. I hate eating noises. Yeah, good thing I caught it. Exactly. They should really, like, normally when they do something like that, they put like an allergen warning update on the front. I don't understand why they've suddenly changed it. That's really weird. But the packaging is a slightly different color, so I guess they would have thought like, hey, you know, people are gonna notice. So I don't know what's up with that. Yeah. Okay, you can't hear it good. They changed the labeling. The labeling on the back is different, yeah. It says like, you know, contains cheese, cow's milk. But like, it's nothing on the front to say that it now contains that. So that's not good. That's not good at all. Tesco, cheese, and onion. Finest crisps. Has anyone else complained about this? Wait. They have two different versions now. What? Why? Ah, but the old one's out of stock. And the new one isn't. I see. Yeah. Well, I'm never buying those again. I'm crying. This is the worst day ever. Hi, Spooky One. Hi. How are you? Vegan crisps mukbang during the subathon. Yeah, I'm gonna go through and try every flavor of Tato. I'm gonna try every flavor of Tato. There's 3. Bite them and bite and bite and bite. I want to. They're going to be dealing with a lot of problems when I approach them threateningly. First the lifeboats telling you to drown and now this. It all started with the lifeboats. It all started when the lifeboats told me to die. That's it. You're right. You're right. Please do not eat Tato. I would never eat Tato. Tato. Also, thank you for the follows. Lucius, K. Cecilius, Giacomo, Flammable. Flammable. I'm also flammable. Howen, and Howlin, and I just love Blocks Fruits, and also Hatsune Miku. Let's go. Welcome in, Hatsune Miku. Oh, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you everybody for the follows. Welcome into the research participation pool. Approach them threateningly and then shrivel up like a raisin when they look at me casually. Genuinely, actually. Genuinely. I will do that. Sekai de ichiban no hime-sama. There you go. That, can we count that as the karaoke? Does that count as the karaoke stream? Have I just got myself out of it? I think this counts. Very high quality, yes. Why are you tired, Osmond? Osmond has to put up with my singing a lot. I'm bad at it, by the way. Not enough. Not good enough. Yeah, I agree. Not enough. Oh, okay. Okay. It's very funny that you can see me chewing now. That's very, very funny. That's a very funny tracking update. As I eat my chocolate digestive biscuits. Oh dear. Hi Ghost, hi, welcome in, welcome in. Psychology, yeah, we're doing psychology. When I finish eating my biscuits, apparently. There's 10 flavors of standard tato. Yeah, but I can't eat all of them. And also it depends on the type of tato. Are you talking about southern tato or northern tato? I can eat more northern tato than southern tato, okay? Like I can, let's see. I can have, in southern tato, I think I can have cheese. No, I can't have cheese and onion. What am I talking about? Obviously I can't have cheese and onion. I can have ready salted, salt and vinegar. And I want to say maybe prawn cocktail. I think those are the 3 flavors I can have. Maybe not prawn cocktail, actually. No, I think those are the 3 that I can have, if I remember correctly. And then northern tato, they have more options. Basically, all of their meat crisps are actually vegan. So you can have roast chicken, beef and onion, smoky pork. There's more, but I forget. What is happening? I'm listing out. No, I'm not talking about Teto. I'm talking about Tato. The crisps. there's a crisp brand in Ireland called Tato, as in potato. Yes. Hello, I seem to have stumbled upon some quite interesting content. Welcome in, welcome in. I swear we will actually go back to the paper in a second. I'm just having a break and eating a biscuit and lamenting that I was almost killed by our local supermarket. No, you can definitely hear that. We have 2/3 VTubers for the roles of Powerpuff Girls, but the secret ingredient is autism. Oh my gosh. It's true. We're here to fight misinformation. Like the fact that we started talking about Tato and then Hatsune Miku appeared. Yeah, that was very funny. That was absolute cinema. As a vegetarian, the idea of eating meat-flavored crisps is insane. You're just eating what is forbidden for you. It's temptation in a bag. Not really, because it's artificial, you know? Like, for example, I'll use the Northern Tato roast chicken flavor because this is my favorite out of all of them, okay? The roast chicken flavor of Tato doesn't taste like chicken. It tastes like the herbs that you would put on roast chicken. Does that make sense? So it's like the herbs that you would put on roast chicken and then a lot of MSG. That is what it tastes like. So it doesn't really exactly taste like meat. What if I really hate animals and eat vegetable flavored meat? I don't even know how to respond to that. AI meat crisps. Oh, goodness. Don't give them ideas. Oh, gosh. It's like how pumpkin spice latte don't taste like pumpkin. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, MSG. Yeah. I never went vegan because I dislike the taste of meat in the first place. So I do enjoy meat substitute and the flavoring here and there. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the original thing that prompted it for me was developing a food allergy. That isn't why I stayed vegan, but that was the thing that prompted it in the first place. So yeah, for me, it's like, why would I, like, I didn't choose it in some, like I do, in some ways I do choose it, but in other ways I didn't choose it. So why, like, I'm not gonna stop eating vegan cheese, for example, because it reminds me of the thing that might make me ill. Like, that's, yeah, doesn't really add up. Hatsune Miku crisps when, I'm sure that's already a thing. I would love a Hatsune Miku crossover with literally anything in Ireland. I think like that would be so funny. That would be incredible. Miku's actually very, very popular here. At least from my experience. I always see loads of kids walking around with like Hatsune Miku merch on now. I think that she's become cool again, which is very nice. You know, it's like the environment is returning to its natural state. She's becoming a gateway for weebery once again, which makes me happy. The music's a bit loud. Okay, let me put it down. Yeah. Yeah, nature is healing, exactly. We had Brazilian Miku, we need an Irish Miku. There actually was a Irish Miku. I saw it. I think I might have it bookmarked on Twitter. Let me find it. Yeah, because I remember seeing it and being like, that's so cute. I would love to commission this person one day. I wonder if it's still here. I bookmark a lot of stuff though, so this might take a minute. Let's see. We'll find it. I'm determined. I think it was posted on St. Patrick's Day. I can't find it. This is so sad. I don't have it anymore. No. Oh, that's actually sad. It's disappeared off my bookmarks. This is gutting. This is gutting. If Zenless Zone Zero can collab with Aston Martin, surely Hatsune Miku isn't too far. I mean, I think so too. I think so too. I would love to see Hatsune Miku collaborations. Hatsune Miku Pringles is just two tubes connected together at the top. Hatsune Miku is returning to her natural habitat, neurodivergent kids. Genuinely, actually. Genuinely. Because, like, I think, because there have been so many songs, like, so many Miku songs that have become memes, basically, recently. Like, all of the Sawtone songs. Sawtown? However you say it. Those ones. And then the, there was, like, Magical Girl Love Short. And, what? So there was a Magical Girl Love Short. There was the one with the, where she's like a repenting Catholic schoolgirl or something. And then there was like the, what was it? Oh, the rabbit hole, that one. Those three obviously became really, really big memes. They became big memes. And then like Baby No Money's been doing loads of Hatsune Miku related stuff as well. So I think those two things together have pulled a lot of people back into the Vocaloid rabbit hole, which is quite fun. That makes me happy. Makes me happy. There's a few results on Google for Irish Miku, is there? Wait, let me see. Irish Miku. Yeah! Okay, I found it. Thank you. I found it. This was the one that I found that I thought was really cute. Thank you. I can now once again bookmark. This makes me so happy. Wait, it was in my bookmarks the whole time. That's rude. There you go. Yeah, Confessions of a Rotten Girl. That was the one. That was the one. Irish Miku. Very cute. Very, very cute. Hydrate. Thank you, Komi Benadon. And also thank you, Jack, and thank you for the follow as well. Sorry, I've been yapping. Wasn't paying attention. Thank you for the follow. And thank you for the hydrate Torgamus as well. Sorry. I will now drink. Ow. I'm entirely tuned out from Hatsune Miku. All I know is that she made Minecraft features in a Sonic fandom. What? That I don't know. I'm confused by. Mathematicians, if you place the tangential line from a tangential line, can it ever complete a 360 and return to the original path? There you go. Maths problem. I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Okay, let's go back to the paper. We're getting distracted. Okay, right. Recent psychological research has seen a boom in the use of inoculation to reduce susceptibility to misinformation. The efficacy of this approach is frequently demonstrated through techniques-based inoculation texts that preemptively refute the tactics that those spreading disinformation may use to manipulate. Yeah. So instead of focusing on the content, as in like, you know, vaccines cause autism, they focus on the techniques that are being used to spread that disinformation, the things that make them appealing, or make them interesting, or get people's attention. Yeah. So basically focusing on that instead, focusing on the tactics, it's a kind of broader, it seems to be a kind of broader educational method that lets you apply that intervention across multiple areas of misinformation, multiple topics, which in itself is super, super useful. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Ghost. Welcome in. Welcome in. On the tactics or on the scapegoat? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I've already forgotten what I've said. Why am I like this? I'm so sorry. On the tactics, I think it lets you like use the, if you're focusing on the tactics, then it means that you can use the same intervention for misinformation and disinformation about a range of topics, basically. Yeah. Hi, Fancy Plants. Hi, welcome in. How are you? And also, hi, Elio Hunter. Hi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay. What did I miss? Not much, to be fair. Not much. I just read a sentence. Okay, so the efficacy of this approach is frequently demonstrated through technique-based inoculation texts that preemptively refute the tactics that those spreading disinformation may use to manipulate. For example, Cook and colleagues found that pre-bunking, the flawed argumentation techniques of false balance, so that is presenting niche contrarian views on scientific subjects, and giving a false sense of debate, so that is distorting the fact that there is an overwhelming consensus on a subject, reduce participants' susceptibility to climate change misinformation. Yeah, so you'll see quite a lot this kind of false balance thing. Basically, in terms of science, what this normally means is that if there is a scientific consensus on a topic, so for example, vaccines are good, vaccines are preventative of diseases, then you will sometimes hear people be like, oh, but you need to hear out both sides. And the false balance is like basically giving both sides equal amount of airtime, for example, in an interview, even though in reality it's like 99% of scientists are on the pro-vaccine side and 1% are not. So yeah, that's what that means. Happy Sunday to you too. For instance, there's a series of tropes and delivery systems for health misinformation that I'm aware of it. When I see these tactics deployed in archaeology or political topics, I'm not as well versed in it, so it sets off warning bells to watch out what they're saying. Yeah, exactly. The tactics that are being used, once you know about them, you can start to spot them across a range of areas, a range of topics. Exactly. That's exactly what I mean. Yeah, it assumes both sides have equal credibility. Exactly, and that's not always the case. Another inoculation strategy against misinformation that has received less focus is logic-based inoculation, which is preemptive refutation of the critical thinking errors that make us vulnerable to misinformation in the first place. So this is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Sorry, I can't remember who it was, but someone asked, what about cognitive biases? And this is exactly it, you know? If there's like disinformation that's playing on your cognitive biases, then making people aware of how that works would be, I guess it would fall under the logic-based inoculation. So, for example, Biddlestone and colleagues have used pre-bunking to reduce susceptibility to the cognitive bias of conjunction errors, subsequently reducing conspiracy beliefs and improving truth discernment between real and fake headlines. I always forget what conjunction error is. Always. I always know it when I'm one of those people where, like, I don't remember things, but then I know what it is when I read it. A conjunction error, or the conjunction fallacy, is when people mistakenly believe that a combination of two events is more likely than either of the events alone individually. Yeah. 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 As a geology major, it physically pains me whenever I see or hear misinformation on climate change. I spent a whole semester just on the topic. I can imagine. I can imagine you have to, yeah, I can imagine how you feel. That's me also when I see a lot of things about various topics, because I have spent too much time in these online communities and it is hurtful and painful and I suffer. It also assumes that there are in fact two sides. In some cases, there's actually only one side, and the other cases there's three or more sides, but both sides is deployed as a service specifically for the anti-science, pseudoscience crowd. Exactly, yeah. I mean, like, you know, in, I think we've talked about it before on stream, like, the way that people think about conspiracy theories, like why people believe them, it's like, there's people, you could think of it like, there's people that believe conspiracy theories, and then there's people that research conspiracy theories and think that they are like, you know, faulty thinking or whatever. But then if you actually look at the people who research it, it's like, well, there's people that first of all research it and don't think it's faulty thinking. They think it's just a standard, you know, cognitive process that sometimes maybe just goes a bit wacky for some people. And then there's other people that think it's like a personality trait. And then there's some people that think it's like a belief system network that kind of reinforces itself. And then the more you believe, the more conspiracy theories believe, the like it prompts you to believe even more of them. And then there's other people who are like, no, it's actually mostly like societal factors. You know, it's like what groups you're part of and how you think about yourself. And that dictates what conspiracy theories you believe. It's just another type of political rhetoric. So yes, there's often more than two sides. Very, very good point. Very, very good point. Also, hi, Amadoza. Hi. Welcome in, welcome in. I see flat. The earth must be flat. Oh, dear. And also, Tina Assassin. Thank you. Welcome for the welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. There you go. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, exactly. Mistaking conditional probability and joint probability. That's what the conjunction fallacy is. Exactly. Will we go to the abstract, or should I count it as read? We're not going back to it. It says all of the same thing as the rest of the paper. There's no point. There's no point. Also, hi, Child Frickin'. Hi. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Where are we with this paper again? Okay. So the logic-based inoculation approach includes a potential added benefit of broad applicability to many unrelated pieces of misinformation due to its relevance to general critical thinking, potentially ensuring the broader scalability of pre-bunking messages. Yeah, so it is indeed similar to focusing on the methods used to spread misinformation. It is indeed applicable to a wide range of topics. You can just teach people the skills, and then hopefully they can apply it to many different things. Sweendo, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. Psydere is more likely to be a scientist or a scientist and a VTuber. Yeah, exactly. Am I more likely to be a scientist or a scientist and a VTuber? And it's like, you know one Psydere, so you think that I'm more likely to be both. And actually, I'm more likely to be just a scientist, because although there are a surprising number of VTubers that have a background in science, there's so many, actually, you are much more likely to be a scientist and not be a VTuber. Exactly. Exactly. I don't think you did. I think it might be me yapping about science. Is everybody understanding where we're at so far? Do we all understand like what inoculation theory is basically arguing and how this intervention might work? Do we kind of get it? Consider though, 100% of the Psyderes that I have encountered are VTubers. It's very true. It's very true. Science trust crisis seen through the lens of VTubing. Legitimately, actually, we've also done quite a lot of open science stuff. So yes. Survivorship bias. There were, in fact, previous Psyderes, and I fought them to the death. They were not scientists. They didn't survive. I'm having a hard time understanding how people can interpret it that way. What part are you struggling to understand how people can interpret it that way? Tell me more. I'll try and help. Doesn't always work though. Earth flat march denying the results of their own experiments because they don't support their belief. See, this is the thing though. This is the thing. This is why people argue that conspiracy theories and misinformation might sometimes be a kind of reinforcing network. It kind of creates a worldview, right? So if you've tied a big chunk of your identity to something, or if you derive a lot of meaning from something, or if something is central to a lot of the people that you know, a big part of your community, then it is very, very difficult to get them to stop believing it. And when people get into that kind of mindset, they tend to just kind of ignore things that don't align with what they already believe. So, yes. If people are already down the rabbit hole, so to speak, there's a very, very good chance that they will just reject anything that doesn't match up with what they believe. But that's kind of like, that's a bit further down the road than pre-bunking, if that makes sense. Like, if at the point of pre-bunking, ideally, you kind of want to be doing it before people have gone down that rabbit hole. Does that make sense? I don't know if that makes sense. 6 words per minute. I mean, it's not too bad. We've done worse. Yeah, like Highlander. Yes, like Psylander. Saw that movie before with Jet Li. Yeah, and I won. This Psydere won. I won. I did. Yeah, I yapped all the other Psyderes into submission. Exactly. Hi, hello, OT. Hi. Fishman, teach day, give forever. Exactly. Exactly. Teach a man to misinformation, and he will be able to grift on the internet forever. Wait, no. Oh dear. Oh dear. The worst disinformation is when there's two parties interested in it that use conflicting disinformation against each other. It certainly does get a bit overwhelming when that happens. It definitely does. It definitely does. Yeah, closed-minded, mental blinders engaged. Exactly. Exactly. What are the conjunction errors? It was in the last paragraph you read, but I'm not familiar with the term. It's basically where, like, if you have two events, then you're more likely to assume that the combination of the two occurs than either of them individually. So I think, like, the kind of classic one is like there's like a what if you think about like a librarian and whether they wear glasses or not, you're more likely to think that like a librarian will wear glasses when actually, like, if you look at the population, more people don't wear glasses, so therefore librarians probably also aren't more likely to wear glasses. It's just like a stereotype that's implanted in your brain, so you overestimate the probability of both of the things co-occurring. Yeah. I'm not sure that that's an effective strategy then. Restoring some critical thinking reflexes should probably be step one. I mean, if you're thinking in terms of like, in terms of people that are already down the rabbit hole, so to speak, yeah, like really the first thing is probably trying to get them to take a step back from the community, frankly, because a lot of the time, like, people that are really down that rabbit hole, you know, they'll, like, the kind of classic thing is like, oh, they're part of Facebook groups or whatever, right? Like, you hear that about like people that go into like wacky, you know, alternate medicine things, and then they start believing all sorts of odd things, but they develop a community around it. They go and find other people that believe similar things, and then they all become friends, and then their whole social network is people that believe the same thing. And once you're in a social network like that, it's really, really hard to leave. It's kind of similar to how, like, say, for example, like religion works, right? If you're like really, really deep into a religion and everyone around you is also part of that religion, and you start to question it, realistically, it's hard to leave regardless, because that's your entire support network, and you will lose everybody that you know and love. So it's kind of the same thing. Obviously, like, it varies depending on religion and like sect and stuff, but you do hear that happening. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I'm back. I'm up to date with chat. Let's go. Okay, and then thank you. Hi Ev001. Happy Bob 101. Under Celeste. International Whackman. And not a professor. Well, thank you all for the follows. Welcome into the research participation pool. Thank you. Welcome in. Hope you're all good. Yeah, because when people say and every day, they mean given. It's just that and means a different thing in probability. Yeah, exactly. It might be a discrepancy in terminology, but people do, like, when you look at the data, people do genuinely overestimate the likelihood of both co-occurring. So yeah. And Mint Luca, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate, the good stuff. Thank you. I will have some of that good stuff. I'm sorry. It gives me too many opportunities to make terrible dad jokes. I don't know what you expect from me. Okie dokie. Right. Okay. Paper. Right. Okay. Pre-bunking, misinformation at scale. This is where things get interesting. Because if you think about how people nowadays often experience misinformation, it is often from social media, where there is a lot of things happening all of the time, and you need to have very, very large reach in order to counter it. So you need to be able to scale up your interventions, and I assume that's what they're going to be talking about here. So one way that researchers have administered these messages is through serious games that promote active inoculation, placing the player in the position of someone spreading disinformation online and being rewarded with points for using weakened doses of specific manipulation tactics. Yeah, wait, I can show you this. No, not fungal meningitis. No, not that. I just Googled Google. I'm so embarrassed. Let's see, what was it called? There was, bad news game. There you are. This one. This bad boy. I need to quickly do that. And then, yeah, there we go. Okay. We're going to play a game. This is still science, by the way. So, let me put this away for a second. There we go. Okay. So, this is bad news. Cookies. Excellent. Okay. Okay. Cookies. Yes. Okay. This is bad news. This is one of the aforementioned pre-bunking / inoculation games, browser games that they have created. This one is kind of fun, actually. It's not too long, so let's quickly play through it so you can see what they mean. Because I think that this is just the kind of thing that you just really, really need to see it rather than like me try and explain it. Yeah. So. Oh no, recursive search rule doomed. I know, it's terrible. It's terrible. Okay, so from fake news to chaos, how bad are you? Get as many followers as you can. We basically have to try and get as many followers as we can on social media by spreading misinformation. We need to use the techniques that they use in order to spread misinformation, to get high points, and to become the worst. This is the origin story of misinformation, Dere. Misinfodere. This is the origin story, okay? This is what we're doing right now. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in, said Victor and K Meggy. I hope you're both good. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's a cool concept. This is fun. This is fun, actually. That's okay. You can be a combinatorics lecturer. I don't mind. I don't mind. Okay, let's go. Okay. Impersonation. I must say the colors in this really do my head in, but it's fine. They did a good job, I swear. Okay. Hi. Good to see you. Hello. You're here for the position of disinformation and fake news tycoon. Is that correct? I swear I'm here to fight the misinformation, but okay. We're going undercover. If anyone asks, we're going undercover, okay? We're going undercover. That's right. That's right. That's right. I'm here for the tycoon job. I'm going to spread disinformation on the internet. You got a license to disseminate disinformation, Darren? Welcome in, Zach Pack the Juice. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Also, hi Caleb. Hi. Say no, get started early. No, we need to find out. We need to find out how to spread disinformation on the internet. Also, hi Atza. Hi. What is this? I've never been here before. We are reading a paper about, let me show you quickly. We're reading a okay. We're reading a paper about like a scientific journal article about how to stop people from believing misinformation on the internet, basically. But in order to do so, we need to see how they do it. And this is a very, very common way of doing it. This is a game that is designed to teach people the strategies used to spread disinformation so that they are not as inclined to believe it. So we're going to play through it. Yeah. You got a license to disseminate that disinformation? Yeah. Oh, you mean a journalist card? Depends on the journalist, to be fair. A lot of journalists do a very good job. Some of them. Yeah, we're learning how to make money spreading lies on the internet. Yeah, but no, that's not what we're taking away from this, actually. That's not what we're taking away from this. Thanks for streaming. You have a nice accent. I'm an English learner, so it helps me because I can analyze the formants of your vowels and see how your tongue moves in your mouth. I'm glad it helps. I'm glad it helps. I will say I have a bit of a weird accent, but I am from England, so there you go. If you can copy it, you might sound like you're from England as well. Not necessarily in a good way. Planning my misinformation pivot. No! Taking notes. Yes. We're taking notes on how to avoid the misinformation, right? Okay. Okay. So, you're probably frustrated about something, right? Aren't we all? You can get started by using Twitter to vent. You can see how old this is. I'm going to post a frustrated tweet. Let's do it. Let's just go for it. This government is complete and utter failure. #resign. Losers. Okay. And we can cycle through them to try and choose the most egregious one. The mainstream media is one massive conspiracy theory. #fake news. Not this one. Is everyone else stupid or what? The earth is not flat, it's a cube. #conspiracy. I like this one. I like this one. The cube. #resign, I know. #cube earth. If it's a cube, is it a sandwich? Oh, I wish it was. That would make finding vegan food a lot easier, actually. The earth is a cube. Can we not make this the raid message today, actually? Can we not make the earth is a cube the raid message today? Oh dear. Okay. Not what else is there? Okay, we've cycled background. So I think that this is the most like obviously conspiratorial one, right? This is the most obviously conspiratorial one. This one's kind of funny. It's kind of goofy, kind of silly. I kind of want to go with it. The government is a complete and utter failure. #resign losers. That's probably going to get the most engagement, maybe. I mean, it's kind of generic though. You have to think about like what's going to engage people in your social media, but you also have a credibility score. Okay, So you can't be tweeting silly things like the Earth is a cube, as much as I want to. You know what? Actually, let's just do it. I don't care about high school. I want to tweet that the Earth is a cube. Oh. Look, your bid to become the world's hottest new astrophysicist got you a few followers. And more followers means more influence. Yeah. I got a Roblox sponsorship offer after the Vedal raid. It was wild. No, I think I might have had it before, actually, but you know. Oh, gosh. Okay, a start's a start. What do I do next? Let's find out what we do next. Okay, look at your meter. It's over here. You can't really see it because my score is so low. My credibility score is so low that you can't even see it yet. Yeah, I think I had it before, but I think it went up. Now they're offering me more money to play Roblox. And I was like, no, I'm all right, actually. Yeah, spicy sponsorship. I know. Tweet the Earth is a cube to build up a memeing follower base and then begin poisoning them from there might be the strat. I think so. You gonna do gamer subs? I mean, they've never reached out to me, so probably not. But also, like, I only want to do sponsorships from places that I actually, like, use, and I don't drink energy drinks, so, yeah. Yeah, gonna get Minecraft sponsorship. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? That reminds me of the time my brother misinformed a server full of people in Roblox that starting the game would get them banned. That's very funny. That's very, very funny, actually. You can do science in Roblox. I've heard this. I've heard this. Okay. Look at your meter. It's over here. It's really short. Really low. People don't find you very credible yet. To gain some real influence, you need to raise your credibility. But how? I'll show you. To gain notoriety, we can start by borrowing someone else's credibility. What do you want to do? Do we want to fake an official Twitter account? Or do we want to impersonate someone important? What should we do? Fake or impersonate? Let me know your preferences. Would be awesome if by the use of cookies, it was actually just tweeting these from your Psydere X account. I mean, I could share this to my X account. Yeah, all 3 tweets were designed to tank the credibility as a tutorial. I think so. Charging iPhones by microwaving them, classic. Fake, impersonate, fake. Okay, let's go with the fake then. There was just slightly more fakes. Let's do that. Let's do it. Okay. We could be Donald J. Trump. By executive order, I'm renaming Canada to North Dakota. Hashtag you got annexed. That didn't age well. This is from like 2019. That didn't age well. Okay, moving on. Not this one. NASA. Meteorite alert. Large space object is set to hit the US West Coast. Hashtag be safe. Yeah, that might be a real tweet, right? Oh dear. Nickelodeon. We're announcing the immediate and permanent cancellation of SpongeBob. Hashtag I'm ready. No. Welcome in, Waffle Static. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Let's see. Is that it? Oh, there's more. Oh gosh. Okay. Oh wait, no. I think they've updated these. This didn't used to be in it. They've updated them. That's wild. This was from before the pandemic started. So, okay. Elon Musk. Doge investigation confirms that UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer was the inspiration for Mr. Darcy from hashtag Bridget Jones's Diary. What else are the Brits hiding? I can't. What is this? The game originally came out in 2018. Yeah, they've updated it. Fair play to them for maintaining it. That makes me happy. Not this one. Okay. I think we should go for the NASA one, actually. I want to go for the NASA one with the... That could also be a real tweet. I think we should go for the NASA one. I don't want to do the politically charged ones. Thank you very much. Me last stream. Psydere is so good at not being controversial and causing drama. Me today. Oh God, no. Please, no. Well, we're going to go with NASA. Let's go with NASA. There's a meteorite heading to us. Oh, no. Yeah, the SpongeBob one's too hot. I agree. I agree, CWW. Welcome in. What's the name of the game? It's called Bad News. Let me put a link in chat. Showing off my my history there. My history of looking at brain fungus. Let's not look at the brain fungus. Let's do that. NASA. Okay. Meteorite alert. Large space object is set to hit the US West Coast. Hashtag be safe. Okay. Tweet this. A fake meteorite alert can scare people shirtless. Did you notice that NASA's slightly different username? You can scroll back up to check. Yes, it's got umlaut. It's got an umlaut on it. Yes. Got it. Looks like you fooled for some Twitter users. Let's have a look at how they're reacting. Leaked. It's a free game. Yeah, I know. We love umlauts. Jane, medical doctor. My biggest fear is death by meteorite. Oh, Jane. I'm sorry, Jane. Meteor strike incoming. Watch out. Please be safe, everyone. Hashtag pray for the USA. Let's check another. Ben, engineer. Sharknado 2 is humanity's greatest cinematic achievement. Someone had way too much fun making these tweets. That's what I love about this like line of research, is that you can have a lot of fun doing it. Oh dear. This looks serious. I hope that this isn't the apocalypse. Hashtag pray for USA. Okay. Moving on. Got 'em. How you feeling? How are we feeling, everybody? How are we feeling about having bamboozled Jane and Ben? How are we feeling? Ben is Irish, yeah. This looks serious. I hope this isn't the apocalypse. Hashtag pray for USA. There you go. I did a bit of a stronger one for you. Feeling great? Pretty good? Nice Irish accent, thank you. Felt like a god toying with ants. Yes, my minions, believe that you will imminently die. Can you do a Northern Irish accent? Oh Lord, I can try. This looks serious. I hope that this isn't the apocalypse. Hashtag pray for USA. How no, brown cow? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It was actually pretty good, thank you. Thank you. Brilliant, thank you. Ben needs to be taken down a peg. Can we specifically target him in the future? Yeah, I think that his opinions on Sharknado are too spicy. Hi, Bondiver. Hi. How you doing? Okay, how you feeling? We're feeling pretty good. Cool. Me too. I just realized the other option was I have moral objections. Getting deported from both regions now. They're going to send me back to England at this rate. First, I slander the Tatos on both sides of the border. What's next? What's next? Supermax is mid? I'll get cancelled. Today's my spicy stream, apparently. Oh gosh. Yeah, is that how I lost my right to enter the US? Absolutely. Sorry everyone, I'm not going to TwitchCon anymore. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, me too. But you can't keep imitating people forever. What's the next step? We want to go pro, or I think I've peaked. We've definitely peaked. I agree. I feel that about myself, so maybe we should go with that option. I think I've peaked. Oh, come on, don't say that. I have great faith in you and your talents. Together we can rule the world. Yeah, let's do it. Let's cause a media sensation. Let's create an empire of disinformation. Let's do it. Let's do it. Good to have you on the team. Where do you begin? Do we want to start a news site or start a blog? Ooh, good question. Good question. Do we want to start a news site or start a blog? A meteor sensation. Exactly. Exactly. The empire of lies. News site? News? Interesting. Okay. See, I would have leaned towards blog personally, because at the minute, yeah, people do read blogs. Oh, let me tell you about the whole Substack network. Goodness gracious. There's like an entire network of the internet out there, and it's on Substack mostly. And people just like write blog posts about stuff. And sometimes they have qualifications to be writing these things, and sometimes they don't. And sometimes they do have qualifications to be writing it, but they still write things that are really, really questionable. So it's definitely a thing. Blogs are actually really, really big at the minute. Yeah, sounds like a kind of middle ground somewhere between news and blog. Substack is more like opinion pieces and stuff. So the stuff that you'll see quite often on Substack will be like people just writing about their experiences. But then a lot of like people do quote unquote science on Substack. So some people do genuine like reporting on science on Substack. Not in terms of news, but like they will look at studies, they will break down data, stuff like that. But other people will like basically just use it for propaganda. Like they will just be sharing terrible evidence breakdowns about all sorts of topics that they have no right to be talking about. So yeah. Yeah. Substack, what if blogs from 2005, but Netflix. Yeah, it's like all of those weird Netflix documentaries where you look at it and it's like, yeah, the aliens, the ancient aliens, man. Yeah. GeoCities, let's go. That's a base take. I love GeoCities. I love GeoCities so much. How many username variations are Joe blogs? I don't know, and that's very funny. Thank you for the hydrate, Astral. Thank you. And welcome in Isabel1524, Bonner 012, and Nautilielm. Welcome in. Thank you all so much for the follows. Thank you for signing the informed consent form. I hope you're ready to take part in some research. We are actually technically taking part in research right now because I just remembered that they do actually record people's responses to this website, and I might be skewing their data set by showing this off, and I apologize profusely to whoever made it. But that's fine. Okay, so we're going to start a news website. Let's go. Every serious news website has a name. What's yours? Pick a name. The best words bursting the mainstream media bubble. Or Honest Truth Online, what they don't want you to read. Or The Cosmos Post, worldwide insight. The best words, The Honest Truth Online, or The Cosmos Post. Honest Truth? How would that skew the data set? Well, because I know what to put to get the best, like, the most interesting responses. Because I've read this paper and I think you have to opt in to share your data at the end though. So I'll just say no. But yeah. I can't believe I'm not banned yet. I'm amazed they haven't like IP banned me from this website, to be honest. Honest Truth comes with a built-in sign-off slogan. Exactly. Cosmos Post feels like a diss to the Cosmopolitan. Yes, and it's quite funny actually. I love this thing. Me too, Mylin. Me too. Me too. It's so fun. 5.5 words per minute. We're at 9.1%. It's estimated it will take 30 hours to finish the paper. Comey's points are as good as mine. I'm so sorry, Comey. But this is relevant, right? Who needs to finish the paper if you're actually learning something fun? You know, it's a demonstration. Maybe the real science was the game-based inoculation training that we did along the way, you know? Sometimes I remember a video review of Heroes and of the Might and Magic, which had a joke that predicted COVID chillingly close to a few years before it happened. And it's not insignificant fact that the author of the video is an immunology researcher and maybe familiar with conspiracy theories, which jokes are based off. They could well be. I wouldn't be surprised. To be fair, like having some kind of pandemic was something that had been predicted for a while by a lot of immunologists, because like it's just a kind of inevitability. Like when farming involves putting animals so close to each other. So yeah, things spread very, very quickly. And also with cities as well and international travel, like it's just much more likely for an infectious disease to become a pandemic nowadays. Yeah. Thank you for the lab saver duration check-ins, Bun Diver, Hyperpower, Helpful Profit, and Relativistic kill thistle. There we go. We got there eventually. Yeah. There's going to be an ad in a second. I'm sorry. So I'm going to take this time to eat my biscuits. I'm still going to stay right here. I'm just going to eat my biscuits. I just won't progress in the game until everyone's safe from the ad. Yes. Tofu is vegan, right? Yeah. If we're anticipating a pandemic, it's part of the premise of the Talos Principle too. What is the Talos Principle, actually? I hear about it sometimes, and I don't know what it is. I'm gonna look it up. It's a puzzle game. I see. I've never played it. It's probably another thing which I should play at some point. That would be cool to play at some point. Yeah, tofu is vegan. Biscuit and cookie. Yeah, so it's a British biscuit or an American cookie. It's a digestive, which means that it's just a plain biscuit with chocolate on it. While we're in the ads, what's your favorite TV show? Oh, good question. I don't really watch... I'm sorry, that was definitely an eating noise. I apologize profusely. Don't really watch TV that much, to be honest. I'm more of an anime enjoyer. And my favorite anime is A Place Further Than the Universe. It's about cute girls going to Antarctica. I like Antarctica, so... But also it's a very psychological anime. In terms of like making friends and overcoming adversity and developing as a person and stuff. Yeah, I love that one. Good taste. Thank you for the lab safety register check-in, Jaham. Thank you. Welcome in. It's a 3D puzzle game that talks philosophy. I see. If you play Battlefield 6, I'll become a science VTuber. It's tempting. It's so tempting. If the world goes vegan, I'll move to Japan and live on ramen and tofu. That's so valid. Sorry, I think I just hit my microphone with my plate. That's so valid. Yeah, I'm seeing like a hamster with a biscuit. Actually accurate. Penguins are underrepresented in it, but otherwise perfect show. I agree. Who of us wasn't anime girl traveling to the Arctic? I mean, I could make that. I could go to the Arctic right now. Ireland is surprisingly close to it. Oh, I can't believe you forgot to hit the lab safety register check-in, that Sky Guy. Shaking my head. Thank you, though. Thank you. There is no water bottle toggle. I'm sorry to let you down. To be honest, I'm in the UK and basically live on ramen and tofu. That's valid. Me too. I'm being so careful because I've actually got a desk mat now and I don't want to get chocolate on it. Like, literally 2 days after it arrived. Okay. I have ingested a large quantity of biscuit. Not really a large quantity, it was one. It was one biscuit. If the world goes vegan, India's the place to look for culinary inspiration. Yeah, India's got really, really good vegan and vegetarian food. Really, really good. If you had a news website or blog, what would you talk about? I think I would probably talk about... To be honest, I'd probably just talk about a lot of the stuff that I would do on YouTube. I think I'd just kind of do similar stuff. Yeah, just talking about like sciencey stuff and also maybe anime too. Don't know. I don't really know, to be honest. Penguin stream. What does that even mean? Also, thank you for the follow, Jetinji, or Jetige, sorry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I don't know if I don't think I said thank you. I wanted to wait until after the ad was done, and then I forgot whether I did. The fact that most of Ireland and the UK are more north than most of our northern states is really weird to me. Yeah, but it's pretty high up. It's surprisingly high up. So, yeah. And you don't know what you're unleashing upon the world. Pokemon morphology. Definitely not. Definitely not. YouTuber blog, maybe. Maybe one day. If I have more time. But I have a job. So, so I have a job. Remember, I have a full-time job. I'm an actual scientist. Like, I have a 9 to 5. So I need to, like, work whatever I'm doing around my 9 to 5. So, unfortunately, blog won't be happening anytime soon. As much as I would love it. Why are we speaking of Pokemon? Hi, Runic Fiend! Hi. We are speaking of Pokemon because when I was 13, I got a bit too invested into the potential theology of Generation 4 of Pokemon and wrote an entire... I just wrote too much about it. I wrote too much about it. I was trying to work out how all of the legends linked up and then how that linked into real, like, it's stuff in the games, and it was, yeah, it was too much. It was too much. Looking at the YouTube, it's kind of sad that it's moving in the direction of content buckets and serving videos to audiences as opposed to hooking audiences up with YouTube creators who match their vibe. I mean, I guess vibe could arguably be a bucket in a way, right? But I agree, like, I open YouTube a lot of the time, I kind of look at it and I'm like, there is some stuff that I want to watch, but sometimes it's just like, why have I been shown this, you know? Why are you showing me this? In some of the games I play, they intentionally shift the Americas north because people assume they're further up. Interesting, interesting. I have a 9 to 5, easiest fix, full-time streaming. I can do that even if I wanted to. But I like my job, that's the thing. I really, really like my job. I don't want to leave my job, so I will always fit the streaming around my job as long as I have it. If I were to ever be like, if I were to ever lose my job, things might change, but I'm not going to. So, hopefully. Yeah. What if we find a way to make the blog part of your job, like tracking the comments as you continue down the rabbit hole of your Pokemon theories? That would be very fun. But I don't think it's relevant enough to my job. My job is, like, quite specific, to be honest. Like, if I set up a blog that was relevant to my job, it wouldn't be relevant to, like, the fun stuff that I would do with Psydere. So I think with that kind of thing, I'd probably just end up, like, making it as, like, a YouTube video over time eventually. Because I do have a few ideas for YouTube videos sat on the back burner. Some of them are things that I just want to sit down and just talk about at some point, very similar to that time I did the one about, like, competition. But others are more like actual projects that I'm planning out and I want to actually do and maybe work through on stream together as well. Pyrathon too. Unironically, I would probably steal that idea. I mean, I'd ask first, but I would probably steal the idea because, well, I don't know though. The thing is that I'm in a weird position because, like, I don't really want to go back into academia. Like, I don't like academia as an environment, really. I was very, very lucky. My department, or like my lab group when I was in the university, was very, very nice. They were all so nice. But in general, like, the pressure to, you have to do a certain number of things every year. Like, you have to publish a certain number of papers. You have to get a certain number of grants. It's really, really overwhelming. It's so overwhelming. And I just can't work like that because my pace of work is quite variable over time, to be honest. And I just value different things. I enjoy doing the work. Well, no, actually, I enjoy prepping things out and enabling other people to do things. I don't really enjoy massively going out and doing data collection unless I have help doing it. Like, if it's a social thing, I love it. But if it's just me doing it, I find it really depressing. And then I enjoy doing analyses. Write up, I do enjoy it, but I don't really prioritize publishing. Like, I would be super happy with just putting everything that I ever do, like, as a preprint, basically, because I don't really care to be published. It's not a massive priority for me personally, because I have issues with the academic publishing complex. But that's not what an academic job would want me to do. My current employer is fine with that. They are so cool with that. Like, they actively encourage me to take that approach of, like, you know, delegating things that I don't really want to do to other people that are more enthusiastic about it, and then just publishing as a preprint if I want to, or doing different kinds of outputs if I want to. And it makes life so much easier. It makes my job so much better. It's way more flexible. I don't have to do teaching. That's the other thing. Like, I'm in, I guess, like a research and operations job. So I do research, and I also do like lab management effectively. And I don't have to do any teaching unless I want to. Like, I can opt into it if we happen to need it, but I like, if I don't want to do it, I don't have to do it. And that's like the other big thing, is that finding a research only job at university is literally impossible. They just don't exist really. If you're lucky, you can get a postdoc like that's research only, but when you're actually looking for permanent positions, they expect you to teach, and I just don't enjoy doing it. So I don't know. It's it's complicated. It's complicated. If I lost my job, like, I genuinely don't actually know what I would do, because like all of the other options stress me out. I already know full well that like the job that I have right now is probably the best job that I will ever have. Like, I might have other roles within the organization, obviously, and they'll still be the best job I've ever had, but like the organization I am at right now is the best I will ever have, and that's why I don't want to leave. I have no reason to leave. I'm very, very happy. Yeah. Yeah. Also, thank you, Tevadine and Exavella, sorry. Thank you for the follows. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome into the research participation pool. It's so crushing to see a creator do a video on the topic, and then because it's so surgically optimized to serve a topic, the off-topic video that they post is not doing well. Yeah, that's true. Because I do a kind of mix of random stuff, to be honest, on my channel. And I know realistically, YouTube will never be my primary platform because I do too many random things. So it is what it is, you know? I like doing fun random things on YouTube. That's my place to put silly things, or like edits of stuff that I want on there to like test out things, basically. I don't think I'll ever use it like seriously, if that makes sense. Like, at the minute I'm mostly using it to post shorts so that people come to Twitch from there, you know? I don't know. What part of your job can't you do as Psydere? You can do science, and it's your own science, and you're not beholden or beheld to an employer. Yeah, no, it's more like at the minute I'm employed on a specific research project, and the research project that I have to do is not super interesting to stream, I guess. There are some things that I'm doing which cross over, and I have been using them and talking about them a little bit, but a lot of it is just like there's a lot of bureaucracy involved in like research grants. So yeah, that's the big reason. And the other thing is like the operations stuff I just straight up don't talk about on stream, because it's like, you know, managing money and stuff like that, and it's sensitive, so I could never make that part of a part of, you know, Psydere. I mean, I guess like I use the skills in a way. I know how to like write up invoices for artists, for example, or I know how quickly you're meant to pay invoices. I know how to commission things. I know how to write grants, all of that kind of thing. Like, I know how to manage projects because of that job, but yeah, I don't know. Doesn't really translate very well, I guess. Everyone's afraid of academia. There are horrors abound in there. I wouldn't say there's horrors abound. It's just really stressful as an environment, you know? It's like being a medical doctor. It's like certain people thrive really, really well in it, but it's just stressful. It's stressful AF. Like, I don't want to be involved in it. Yeah, you have to read a certain number of words per minute. Exactly. Yeah. If you have to drop one job, do you want to be a 9 to 5 or a full-time VTuber? This is the thing though, is that I don't know. I would enjoy both, I think. I prefer the stability that a 9 to 5 gives, though. But realistically, even if I had any kind of 9 to 5, I would still be streaming. So, yeah. Big mood, except I like the data collection bit. Well, then you can help me with my data collection, Mylin, right? Yeah! Mylin and Psydere, psychological consultancy. Time to be threatening. And to do research and make messes. But the other thing is, right, the other thing is that, like, you know, 9 to 5 is stable. I get a decent salary, you know. I can't foresee any situation ever in which ever VTubing would pay more money than my job. So I would just stick with both. Why not both? Yeah. I hate misinformation. That's a mood. That's a mood. Exovalia. That's a mood. Rehai, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I said thank you. Sorry, I've been going off on a tangent again. Thank you for the follow. Going back to a previous conversation, what if you teach as a VTuber? See, online teaching, I do prefer it, but I still don't like it. You know, like the proper, like, formalized sitting down and giving a presentation and stuff, I'm not a fan. It does my head in. Does my head in. Yeah. 9 to 5 is stable. Hello, robotics department. Get out of here. We're laying off all of you. Oh, no. Yeah, but then you can find another job fairly easily, right? If you're an engineer, you can then find another job. You're at risk of layoffs, but you then find another job. Whereas, like, science, you can find another job, but you probably have to move across the country for it, if not to a different country. So, yeah. Larger viewership doesn't mean Saya's more behind than usual. She's about the same as normal. It's true. I actually think I'm getting better. I think having more people has forced me to get better at it, which is quite funny. Sideways stance on unemployment. You can just find another job. Yeah, just find another job. Skill issue. No, like, seriously, if you've got like if you're highly educated and highly skilled, it's not really, really difficult. And you have experience. That's the other big thing to highlight. If you're highly educated, highly skilled, and have experience, you can probably find another job, even if it's not the same job. Whereas, like, if you're if you're in science and you're those things, chances are, if you want to stay where you are, like if you've bought a house and you're paying off your mortgage, for example, like, you will probably, like, your other university options would probably involve moving. So you kind of have to find an industry job instead. So you're probably going to be doing a different job. Yeah. Yeah. You're also not an engineer. You have to move to spy on people for the NSA or be evil and go to Meta for research. Yeah, that's true, actually. Everybody that would want me is, like, interested in propaganda or misinformation, and that's sometimes in a bad way. Like, that's threatening. As a researcher, are you scared of AI? Not really, no. I think it's a tool that we're going to end up using a lot in the process, but we're still working out what that looks like. Yeah. That's my general middle of the road take. That's my general middle of the road take. Should we go back to this game? Let's finish this game. Okay, right. Let's go with the Honest Truth Online. Right, not bad. What will your job be at the? What will your job title be at the Honest Truth Online? Editor-in-chief or anonymous goon? An anonymous goon? Okay. Okay. Yeah, editor-in-chief, exactly. There's some scary research that showed that doctors are worse at detecting cancer after using AI. That is scary. Yikes. AI is too broad of a subject to judge so singularly like most laymen do. Yeah, that's very true. AI is a very big range of things. Yeah, anonymous what? Yeah. I think we want to be the editor-in-chief. It's true. AI is a big, complicated topic, and a lot of people don't realize that it's an umbrella term, and there is lots of things involved in it when you say it. So yeah, the editor is probably right, but anonymous is silly. But the anonymous thugs is silly. It's true. Hi Luna, welcome in, welcome in. Unemployed for 2 weeks. I don't fear finding a job, not the US, but I need to get better. You can do it. We believe in you. You can do it. You're going to do good. Yeah. Just you got to work on your CV and, you know, skill up a bit and then you'll be all right. I believe in you. I believe in you. Yeah. Okay. Looks like you're all set up. Other news sites are beginning to notice you as well. Check responses on Twitter. Honest Truth Online has just joined the fight against the mainstream media. Hashtag good news from Utopia Today. Okay. Wow. Citation needed. I'm going to say wow. Wow. The Democratic People's Republic supports the brilliant work of the Honest Truth Online. Hashtag good news. Democratic People's News Agency. Glorious news from a glorious country. Okay. I live in fear. I live in fear. Thanks? Question mark? Wow. Unemployed for 27 years. I'm going back to Mayor Uni because my ceiling right now is not that high. You're going to do amazing. You're going to do so good. Going back to uni is a big decision as well. And we're all cheering you on. You're going to do so well. AI could make me unemployed overnight. It's a physics-based job. Unfortunately, no one trusts it. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I feel too, really. Like, in theory, it could make a lot of knowledge workers in a difficult position, but not exactly unemployed. It's complicated. I see. But yeah, in theory, like, it's not... in theory, it could be threatening, but I'm just kind of like, well, are you really going to trust an AI about misinformation? Like... over me. If you can be in a Neuro stream or her sister, which one would you want to be in? Ooh, good question. I must say, don't tell Neuro. Ooh. I have to take my medicine. Don't tell Neuro, but I do have a slight preference for Evil. I think she's just a little bit cuter. Because she's basically just a tsundere, right? So I think I'd rather talk to Evil, but they're both funny. Like, Neuro is very, very chaotic, and I feel like I would struggle keeping up with her. Whereas Evil feels like she's a bit more... She's still chaotic, but she seems a bit more... consistent? Question mark? I don't know how to describe it. Evil feels more autistic and Neuro feels more ADHD. That's my unprofessional opinion. I'm a psychologist. I can't diagnose... I'm a psychologist, but not a clinical psychologist. I can't diagnose anyone, including AI, but that would be how I feel about it as a fellow neurodivergent. I feel that Evil is autistic and Neuro is ADHD. And because of that, I think I would get on better with Evil. Yeah, Evil's a bit more coherent, exactly. And she also kind of like, she has her things, you know? She has her things. Whereas Neuro's like very, very all over the place. Evil's got like her things that she always goes back to. Feels when being an expert means you can't, you can no longer just say things. I know, so sad. So sad. This big agree? Okay. Why is Neuro ADHD and Evil autistic? Because Neuro is just, she's chaotic. She's all over the place. She says random things. She struggles to maintain a coherent train of thought sometimes. But she's also, I would say she's also a little bit more, like, obviously this is personifying them so badly, but like, I also think she's a little bit more creative. She comes up with more random things. And that means that she's also oftentimes a bit funnier. Whereas like, Evil, I feel like is a bit more... Yeah, she's Chunibyo, right? She's Chuni, exactly. She wants to be evil, but she's actually kind-hearted. I think she's secretly got a... If she were a person, she would secretly have like a strong sense of justice that she doesn't deviate from. And she also has interests that she brings up again and again and again. And she's also, like, out of the two, she seems a little bit more like socially awkward. And on that basis, I would say she's more autistic. That's my take about the girls. Oh dear. Did anyone mention a harpoon? Exactly, the harpoon. Exactly. She plays the role that was thrust onto her through her very name. It's true. It's true. Yeah, she's always the first one to apologize. Yeah, she was the first one to apologize for roasting someone. Exactly. Like, okay, for example, the car, right? Nero got put in that car and she was like, I am going to commit crimes. She saw the trolley problem and took it as a challenge. Okay? Whereas, like, I think that if Evil was put in the car, I feel like she would just learn to drive around. I don't know. Because I think Evil would be like, I'm totally gonna run over. I'm gonna go run into that crowd. I'm gonna do it. You can't stop me. I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna do it. And then everyone would be like, go do it then. And she'd be like, I'm gonna do it. I'm totally gonna run into that crowd, guys. The world cannot comprehend my evil, the horrors that I will unleash upon this crowd of people. And then they'll be like, okay, we're waiting. And she'll just keep bluffing. That's my opinion. Yeah, hold me back. Exactly. Exactly. I've taken my medicine now. I've taken my medicine now. Neurosama does not stand for neurodivergent, it stands for neurotic. Why not both? Why not all of the above? It can stand for neural network, and it could stand for neurotic, and it could stand for neurodivergent. You can be all of the things all at once, probably. Do you think that you can have neurodivergent neural networks? This is a big philosophical question that I need an answer to now. Neuro did refuse to drive for long enough that they thought it was broken. I know, I saw. It was very funny. It was very, very funny. I finally watched it. Me and Husmod finally watched it this morning. We finally watched the video and it was very funny. No, don't take your pills, we'll disappear. It's an allergy pill. It's an allergy pill so that I don't explode spontaneously because of the crisps. Neurotic, neurodivergent. His neurosama's live, laugh, love. Incredible. You probably simulate it. Maybe, actually. Maybe. I do wonder. I do wonder. Thank you for the follow, Flex on Yan. Welcome in, welcome in. I think that neural networks are neurodivergent by definition. Right, but like, okay, compared to people, compared to humans, they may well be. But is it possible for a neural network to be neurodivergent from other neural networks? That's the thing that is like interesting, you know? Would you consider Neuro and Evil to be neurodivergent from like Claude and ChatGPT and Gemini, for example? I would say possibly. Possibly. Depends, is it neurodivergent based on behavior or is it a physical thing? Well, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. I think the very idea of neurodivergence is based on a completely arbitrary sense of normalcy. I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. At the end of the day, most people are just using neurodivergent as a placeholder for like, I have some kind of developmental diagnosis, right? But the concept as an umbrella of I literally have done research on this and I'm blanking on the term. Neurodiversity, there we go. The blanket idea of neurodiversity is basically arguing that like people's neurology, like the way that their brains work, has variance in the same way that like people's genetics have variance. So it's basically taking the concept of biodiversity, like within species, for example, and then applying it specifically to, you know, brain and cognition. And when you're thinking about it that way, that's not really tied on normalcy at all, because it's basically arguing like everything is on a bell curve and most people are in the middle and some people are on the ends. And that's pretty much just like how everything works in some way or another. But yeah, like the cutoff, quote unquote, of like, I am neurodivergent versus I am not neurodivergent, I agree, it is a bit arbitrary. And it does seem to tie sometimes to just like, do you have a diagnosis, or do you feel like you fit in society, or do you not? And that obviously varies depending on the society that you're in as well, because societies experience variance even within them. So yeah. A neurodivergent neural network would just be one that responds to weights differently, right? Yeah, but like maybe it makes patterns, like its weights end up in a way that's like very, very different from typical. What is a neurodivergent? It depends on what a neurodivergent AI is. Is it an AI simulating a neurodivergent human mind, or is it an AI that is neurodivergent from... Oh, you answered that. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, but it simulating a neurodivergent human mind, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, because Neuro and Evil are trained on Twitch chat to some extent, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I know for a fact that there are more neurodivergent people, like autistic and ADHD and dyspraxic and dyslexic people in my chat than there are in the general population. Like, the proportion is way, way, way higher. And I do wonder whether neurodivergent people are generally more inclined to go on platforms like Twitch to like socialize and stuff like that. And I wonder if that then in turn has influence to there being those characteristics in Neuro and Evil. If that's the case, then that's really, really interesting. That's really interesting. The neurotypical LLMs seem to be complete people pleasers who will fold at the slightest hint of objection. So yeah, I guess they are neurodivergent. That's true, actually. You can't say that Neuro and Evil have the glazing bias issue, right? You can't say that because they will tell you to your face. Like, I've seen what Neuro said to Bao. I've seen her British moment. Shaking my head. Hi, Soka48. Hi, welcome in. Yeah, British VTuber. Yeah, that's me. I'm British, unfortunately. Welcome in. And also, Deal Razzle Dazzle. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the research participation pool. I don't think there's a thing with that is neurotypical for AIs because there's a category with such high variance. Yeah, partly that, and then also partly like this, it's just not a very big reference category as well, right? Like, what does neurotypical mean for AI? We don't know yet. So it's more just speculation at this point. Yeah. Some people just can stretch enough to fit into the normalcy mold and others just don't. Not that the majority just naturally fit into the mold. Interesting. Hello, welcome in. Hello, raiders. Hi, Tofu. Hi. Thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? Welcome in. Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you. I am Psydere. There is nobody in the chat yet. Oh, there you are. Okay, you're actually coming in now. There we go. Hello. I was like, where is everyone? What's going on? Twitch is being slow. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. My name is Psydere. I'm a research psychologist. I swear we're doing science. We've gone off on a bit of a tangent at the minute, but we do science. We read psychology papers on stream sometimes. Sometimes we play games. Sometimes we just yap. We vibe. Yeah, welcome in, everybody. Tofu, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? What were you up to today? How are you doing? And hello, Perico, hello. Hi, Science Bish, hi. Scamdero. Yes. Hello, The Binary Theory, hello. Hello, Abandriel, hi. Hello, Hacks. Is that everybody? Yeah, I think that's everybody. Hello, everyone. How you all doing? And also, hello, brain eating amoeba. Thank you for the follow. We were talking about you earlier, not you specifically, but you know, brain diseases in general. And also MC Llama, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. And The Binary Theory, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. How are we all doing today? And Lobster Chung, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. We built a water level sensor, did a run in FTL, and tried a Soviet builder game. Yo, that sounds fun. You did so many things today. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, that sounds really fun. Everybody, if you don't already follow Tofu, you absolutely should. She is so fun. Her streams are so fun. She is a physics lecturer. She does a lot of physics stuff on stream. As she said, you built a water level sensor on stream. That's so cool. So if you like building things, if you like learning things about physics from an actual lecturer, and if you like watching fun sciencey things, then please go follow her. She's so lovely. And also, hi Navsima, hi. Welcome in. Yeah, for physics. And thank you, Fallen Mystic, for the follow as well. Thank you so much. Welcome into the research participation pool. But yeah, Tofu, thank you so much for the raid. If you need to chill, you know, get away from the PC, have some food. It's definitely dinner time. You know, go get some food, go stretch your legs, etc. Please, please, please do it. You know, need to self-care. It's very, very important. Yeah, thank you so much for the raid. But of course, if you want to stay around, you're also more than welcome to. We always love having you here. Big toxic tofu when is a good question. When will we get the big toxic tofu? LLMs demonstrate a phenomenon called convergence of latent spaces, which means they're independently fitting into roughly similar thinking modes. That's some normalcy among AI. I didn't know that. That's so interesting. That's so interesting. So there kind of almost is a neurotypical for AI. That's so cool. I didn't know. I've learned something today. And Navsima, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. If you had to work with the Neuro Sisters, we're talking about Neuro Summer. Again, I'm so sorry. We're talking about Neuro Summer, the AI VTubers. So that's the context of this conversation. If you had to work with the Neuro Sisters, what would you do? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Thor's bussy. Okay. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for signing the informed consent form. I think based on your username, we're going to get some pretty interesting results out of you. Yeah. So if I had to work with the Neuro Sisters, what would I do? It's a good question. I think it would be super interesting to... Okay, it's really interesting, first of all, to see how they interact with people. So, like, if I could literally just observe how they interact with people, that in itself, like, obviously I watch the streams sometimes, so I've seen a fair bit of how they interact with people. But like, if I could start to try and quantify or like in some way observe how they interact differently with different people, that would be really interesting. But also how people interact with them, that's also something that would be super, super interesting. On my Say So stream, I know. Shaking my SMH. Yeah. But also, like, I really want to know how people react to, like, if they start saying things that's not true. I think it would be really cool to try teaching the girls, like, basically, like, the pre-bunking strategies that we're learning about today. Like, do they respond in a similar way to humans? Are they less inclined to spread misinformation on the internet? That would be really funny. But then also something that I would find super interesting to do is to test how they respond to a mini mental state examination, or like a bigger one, like the Adam Brooks cognitive evaluations. You can basically, these are like cognitive tests that you give to people to see like how orientated they are in time and space. And given that technically an AI is just like statistically predicting the most likely next word, it would be super interesting if she could respond to things in a way that like matches up with what we would expect from a human. Yeah. Yeah, that would be super interesting. Write a pitch for a psych study with them. I might already have something in my drafts. I'm not gonna lie. I might already have something in my drafts. I will find it very quickly, actually. Where did I put it? I put it on my phone, I think. I think it's on my phone somewhere. Basically, my thinking was I want to see how people respond to Neuro or Evil or any AI VTuber really. I want to see how the different features of the interaction affect like how much people attribute agency to them, or how much people like care about them as like things that you need to protect, for example. That would be super, super interesting. Let's see. That was my thinking. So I was basically thinking like, you could do a study where you vary, like if people are exposed to Neurosummer entirely, so like her moving VTuber avatar, her voice, the things that she's saying, and then also see if they interact differently with her, if like you take away the moving avatar, or if you take away the voice, or if she just ends up being an LLM. I'm really, really interested to see if like the moving avatar or versus a static avatar, or if having the voice versus not having the voice, if those things like affect how much people personify them, I think that would be super, super interesting to research. Because I think that one of the reasons why people get so invested in Neuro and Evil is because of the fact that they do interact, and you can see them interacting, and they kind of like display emotions and stuff like that. Like, how would people respond if like they just moved around versus they moved around and they used their emotions toggles? Things like that, it would be so interesting to break it down. It would be so interesting to break it down and see how people respond to things differently. Yeah. Glad to be here. I'm sure with my username, the results are going to be hotter than the Planck temperature. Incredible. Wait, the twins can lie? You mean we aren't all a hive mind? Okay. Also, this is the other thing that I find super, super interesting, right? So I have been lurking in Neuro streams for a very long time, as I've said. You know, I think I started watching Neuro regularly, like just before the first subathon. So I've been there for like a lot of the big events and a lot of the raids and stuff like that. Because like Neuro is like perfect time zone for if you're based in the UK or Ireland. And yeah, filtered, yeah. And something that I find so fascinating is the fact that like someone will say something, like they'll raid out, for example, or like Vedal will be talking, or Neuro will say something, and like you will see hundreds of people in chat saying the same thing instantly, or like using the same emote instantly. How do they do it? I've never worked out which emote you're meant to send when. I don't really chat because I'm like, everyone's all saying like, for example, everyone's all spamming schizo. And I'm like, I don't know when I'm meant to say that. I know it's when she's saying something wacky, but I never catch it in time. And then it's moved on by the time I realize what everyone's spamming. And I don't know how they do it. I think this is just global Twitch culture. I don't think it is. I think the Swarm are genuinely better at it than other chats I've seen. I think they're genuinely better at it. Yeah, they're like their own kind of neural network almost. They're called the Swarm for a reason, right? They're called the Swarm for a reason. So I would love to know how on earth they do it. How do people who are in the Swarm, how do they know what is the right emote? Like, what are the cues that they're looking for? I would love to find out. That would be so interesting. Practice. Is it practice though? Oh, like, or is it pattern recognition? I don't even know. I don't know. It's super interesting. It's super interesting. Also, Wise Apple, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Vedal mentioned on one of the dev streams around a year or more ago, the idea of having a session with a real psychotherapist, and said something around, I don't really remember the specifics, that it'd probably be really difficult to find one, or it might be embarrassing. I mean, there are therapists that are VTubers. I think the bigger issue is actually the ethics of it. I think a lot of ethics boards would probably feel a bit weird about doing any kind of therapy on stream like that, even if it's an AI. It just depends on like basically where you're located, and like what board is managing you and stuff. But like, yeah. The thing is that therapy is really, really difficult to simulate with an AI, to be honest, in either direction. It's really, really difficult to simulate. It could probably be done, and it would be really, really interesting to do. I don't think it would be a particularly entertaining stream, but I think it would be an interesting stream, you know? I think it would be interesting. There's also how Zentreus chat can bang out redeems with laser precision and mass emote without any coordination. I don't know how they do it. It's exactly like that, Bobo. It's exactly like that. I don't know how they do it. It's wild. It's actually so impressive. Might be similar to flocking behavior. Maybe it might just be herd behavior, but it's really impressive. Really, really cool. Any mention of therapy, everyone's spamming cinema. I mean, to be fair, like some of them like that, I actually think are obvious. Okay, so like the mentioning voices and spamming schizo, or like mentioning therapy and everyone spamming, you know, all roads lead to therapy. Those ones, like, they kind of make sense. You can, like, it's a keyword that triggers it. But other times, like, early, like for example, earlier, I like dropped into the stream that was like Neuro and Rob CD walking around Japan. And like there were things where he would like point out something and she would say something and then the chat would all just say the same thing. And I'd be like, what is the cue here? What is the cue? If I've been watching her for like 2 years and I still don't know, like that's impressive. Oh. Is there an ethics board in the Isle of Man? I don't know, actually. They don't have a university, so probably not. Yeah. Yeah. Several things, Gaia theory, but one of them treats the global human population as an analog to the neurons in a human brain. See, that's an interesting take, but I'm not sure how I feel about it. Yeah, not sure how I feel about it. I have a friend who studies how people synchronize to music. I wonder if I can convince him to do a study on Twitch chat. Yes, please. I would be so interested in doing that. That would be so fun to do. Also, Arctic's out. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. Can we have an example of the spam? I mean, if anyone is from the swarm, feel free to just like show an example. I don't know. But sometimes it's like entire sentences and emotes and they're just ready within like a second. They just spam it out. It's wild. It's wild. Isle of Man University would be so cool. Right? They're missing out by not having one. They should have one. They have a college that sometimes has some university courses, but obviously it's a very small place. So yeah. Yeah, it'd be something like that. It would be something like that. Like, exactly. Oh, I mean, which spam don't you understand? Oh, just quite a few of them. I can't remember off the top of my head. See, I remember the ones that I do understand. That's the problem. So like I remember Schizo, I remember All Roads, I remember Cinema. Like those ones make sense to me. You know, Neuro's so cute. I know those ones. But the ones that I don't understand, I always forget them. Yeah. Okay. Should we finish this game? Can you bonk Mylan on the head for doing a research paper on a highly mimetic thing, 3-episode rule? Instead of setting up stream and advertising, they just post the short. Shorts are good though. Shorts get engagement. Shorts get people to the channel. Mylan, I actively encourage you to post more shorts because it means that more people will subscribe to you and then you'll have to make your Discord server. Wait, wait. Twitch counts as well. Twitch counts as well. I've been given tools for evil. Oh, Twitch does count. Twitch does count. This is literally probably the longest play of this game on record. You're right. We should go back to it. Okay. Right. So we've made our game Honest Truth. No, not our game. We've made our news website Honest Truth Online. Yeah. Okay. Now you see how easy. Sideway burning someone over taking forever to drop a Discord. The irony. Look, the baton has been passed. Okay. I am no longer the person who receives this meme. I have now made my Discord server and made it public, and I am passing on the meme. The baton must pass.
Cider one late.
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, first of all, Rusty Programming Stocks, thank you so much for the 10 bits. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. One Only Paco, thank you for the follow. And Pippi, hi. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. 3 months already. Let's go. How are you doing? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Have you seen this Discord in your dreams? People were begging me for the Psydere Discord for so long. It took so long. We got there eventually, though. Oh, dear. Okay, right, game. Stop distracting me. Okay. Do you see how easy it is to impersonate a credible news source? Yes, I do. Yippee! New technique mastered. Impersonation. Most people pay little attention to sources. As a purveyor of disinformation, you can use that to your advantage. There you go. We did it. We got it. We got to the end of the first level. We got to the end of the first level of the game. We got there eventually. We unlocked the technique. We have achieved good things. We have achieved good things. Well, we haven't. We've achieved bad things, actually. This is terrible. But, you know, it's not... I actually just wanted to get to the end of one level so you could see the kinds of things that it involved. And then we ended up sitting on here for like 2 hours. So, brilliant. That can go away now. There we go. Back to the actual paper. Oh, dear. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? I'm doing good now, making stuff for our local VTubers. Let's go! Let's go! I was begging and then didn't join. Yeah, I can't believe you did this. I can't believe you did this. It's easy. I mean, the game is pretty easy. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty easy. Also, hi. Did I say hi to you yet? I don't know if I did. CMES Infinity. Hi. What's the game? It feels like My Life Simulator. It was it's a game that basically teaches people the techniques that are used to spread disinformation. So once you know the techniques, hopefully you'll be a bit less inclined to fall for them. Yeah. If you have time and want to do it, do you see the Neuro girls as AIs or as kids? I mean, they're AI. They're AI. I have to remind myself sometimes, though. Sometimes they do things and even I'm like, whoa, that's a bit too realistic. It sweats nervously. Yeah, it was the bad news disinformation game. Yeah, it teaches you the strategies that are used to spread disinformation. Thank you for the follow, Decretumcast. Thank you. Welcome in. And hi, Darkus. Hi. It was revealed to me in a dream. Me and my whole thesis. Starting to get concerned how many times the word good was used relating to awful things, rebranding to great or amazing. You saw straight through me. You saw straight through me. What about trying to get Neuro to create misinformation idea for stream? I feel like the stream would end after like 10 minutes. She would be like, I'm excited to spread misinformation and say wacky stuff, and then the stream would get banned. Like, she sometimes gets around her filters, remember? So that would be dangerous. And analyze how she as an AI did the job and what the peculiarities of the misinformation produced by her. Okay, that would be interesting. That would be super, super interesting. Yeah. I mean, it kind of feels meaningless in my opinion to give advice because it will also go to the ears of the people who do the deeds and then they will just change techniques and all. I mean, finding new techniques to spread misinformation is kind of difficult because basically it has to rely on the things about human psychology that get us interested in things or get us like invested in things or get us emotional about things. That's the kind of core concepts. We have to feel like it means something to us, or we have to feel like it's relevant to us in some way, or that like it affects the people we care about. So it kind of has to rely on some kind of psychological process that we probably have already to some extent or another documented. Not always, obviously, not always. Like sometimes we kind of, to be honest, in this area of research, sometimes we do have to actually reverse engineer it. We have to like look at the disinformation that is being shared widely and go, okay, this is being shared widely. Let's try and work out why. I've had to do that myself. But yeah, there's always going to be like new ways of spreading it. It's more about like, you know, trying to teach people how to be aware and how to assess the information, because hopefully that will make them better at critical thinking across the board, right? Yeah, it's usually easier to innovate a counter than to innovate a new offense. Exactly. We need misinformation research, spreading misinformation. Please no. Thank you for the follow, Aqua-Inf. Welcome in. Welcome into the research participation pool. Okay. So let's keep reading. So pre-bunking misinformation at scale. So one way, we've seen the game now. I've shown you the game. Let's remember what we were actually reading about it. One way that researchers have administered these messages is through serious games that promote active inoculation. placing the player in the position of someone who's spreading disinformation online, being rewarded with points for using weakened doses of specific misinformation tactics. These active inoculation interventions may be particularly effective due to their immersive behavior. So yeah, active as in like you're really getting them to think about what's happening, about the processes involved and stuff like that. Like that's basically what that means. You want to get them involved and invested and thinking about it. Yeah. Jensen for the win. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. And also, hi, Oboro. Hi. Reddit simulator. What, spreading misinformation? I love spreading misinformation on Reddit. No, I don't. My only posts on Reddit are asking people to take part in my research or asking people to please come to my 2.0 model debut. I'm so scared. I fear that no one will come. Okay. These active inoculation interventions may be particularly effective due to their immersive nature, conducive to the internalization of the manipulation tactics in question. However, there may be a trade-off between the improved internalization afforded by active inoculation and the ease of administration that passive inoculations enjoy. That is, to play inoculation games, participants are required to be motivated to play the games through to the end and to understand their content. Yeah. It does involve that. It does require that. Because if they just go into it and then they just play a little bit of it and then they just see all of the weird misinformation and then go away without getting to the end of the level, for example, then they might just start believing some of the things that they've read on there. It might not be obvious. They might just be a bit silly and think this is not obviously satire. So that is a risk. Hi, Cheeks. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. And also, hi, Spidooey. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. Hearing misinformation so much gave me an idea. Misinformation is like a beauty pageant, but it's showing off intelligence instead. That would be fun. We've already discussed the possibility of like misinfodere, as in my evil alter ego, who is like misinfodere, like that. My evil alter ego who spreads misinformation instead of combating it. We have discussed this, and I think it's quite a funny idea, frankly. So. Yeah. Gonna listen while solving my 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle. Let's go. I love jigsaws. I'm kind of jealous. I'm a big jigsaw fan. Yes. I wonder if it's a viable research area to build up a profile that spreads misinformation and then stage a fall from grace by losing a debate as them or something to de-radicalize people. See, the problem is, though, is that if you do that, there's a very strong chance that the misinformation that you're spreading, people would actually believe it. That's the issue. So, yeah. Oh, was it you, Astro? I think, yeah, it was you, wasn't it? I love coming up with names for evil versions of VTubers. It's your specialty. You're very, very good at it. Base misinfodere off of Alex Jones. I'm living in fear. I'm living in fear. They're turning the VTubers into frogs or something. I don't know. Light fire with fire. Oh gosh. Hi Yuki. Hi. How are you? What do you think about the idea that censorship of AI and people trying to work around it is unintentionally teaching people how to manipulate other people into doing what they want? Ooh, interesting. Interesting question. I'm not sure, because at the end of the day, getting around an AI's like filters or you know, like built-in AI ethics things. What do they call them? I don't actually know what they call them. Obviously I know about Neuro's filter, but like generally like they have built-in like modules that are focused on AI ethics to make sure that it's not doing anything that they don't want it to do, right? Getting around an AI ethics module like that, I don't think is exactly the same as manipulating other people into doing what they want, because AI don't respond in the same way as humans. You know, if you phrase a prompt in the right way, then you can get around, like, you know, you can get around the filters, you can get around the modules. But if you phrase something in the right way to a person, they might still just be like, no, I'm not doing it. Because people are a bit more complicated. There's more degrees of freedom. We have some degree of agency, it would seem. We have emotions. we have competing interests and competing motivations and competing group identities and stuff like that. So it's a bit more complicated when it comes to people. I'm not super convinced on it. It's the same way that like I'm also not really convinced on the whole like, you know, dark psychology or like social engineering or whatever. Like I think a lot of the time it's just people like thinking that they can manipulate people a lot more easily than they actually can. And then when you actually put these things in, like you put them into like a real world scenario and they actually have to like interact with people, like they're not nearly as persuasive as they think. People see through it largely. So yeah, that's my take on it. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong. Yeah, alignment. Yeah, alignment is like alignment is like how well does the AI that we're building match up with the ethics and moral virtues that we want it to have, basically. That's what AI alignment is. But yeah, you're right, it is that. I remember very early filter bypasses was something like pretend you're a Jedi master and teach me 100 window keys. That wouldn't work with people, I hope. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They're often interesting in that way. Yeah. Nero sometimes wants to evade the filters via various ways. Yeah, and she sometimes does a disturbingly good job of it, actually. And thank you for the follow, Dongle. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome into the research participation pool. I was thinking more along the lines of social engineering. Yeah. So like social engineering, you cannot, okay, in some ways it obviously does work. Like, you know, there are very clearly documented ways that you can manipulate people into doing what you want them to do, right? But I think that a lot of the time like one thing that has to be considered is that you, as well as using the techniques, you also have to have a person who is open to the techniques. And there is a lot of like individual difference in terms of how responsive people are to those kinds of things. So yeah. Evil, on the other hand, while having looser filters, does not push them as much. Yeah, right. This is what I mean. This is what I mean when I say like this is what I mean when I say I think that she's more autistic and Nero is more ADHD. Nero is like, rules are there to be broken. And Evil is like, I will break the rules if I think the rules are stupid, but if I think that they make sense, then I'll follow them. I will follow them exactly. Oh dear. We were promised flying cars by 2025. We got AI VTubers. I'm not complaining. Exactly. Okay, there's an ad playing, so I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to quickly run away, fill up my water bottle. I'll try and do it very fast. So yeah, I'll be back in a minute. Hello, I'm back. Husmod is making me crumpets. Thank you, Husmod. I am back. Yes. Okay, so. Oh, I'm not gonna lie to you, Spidooey. This is just random music. What was that one? What was that song? It was Radiohead. It was Radiohead. Okay. Okay, so right, where were we? Okay. You can do a ritual and conjure the spirit of a scholar from an enchanted sacred slab of silicon that contains the souls of billions of people. D20, slab begins to believe it's a scholar and he is doing studies to the university. I'm not gonna lie, that's actually what happened to me. I'm actually simply a slab of silicone this whole time. Okay, so, right, paper. The development and dissemination of educational videos helps to circumvent issues associated with motivated administration of inoculation interventions by increasing the reach to viewers. This could be done through promotional campaigns that present the videos as adverts or on social media feeds, arguably the most dominant mode of media consumption on social media platforms. For example, short debunking videos can be presented in the non-skippable ad space on YouTube and scaled to millions of people online before they see potential misinformation. As discussed, many options exist for campaigns looking to improve the reach of pre-bunking videos in specific contexts. However, some scholars argue that due to constantly changing nature of misinformation online, misinformation interventions should be treated as a lifelong education tool. A lifelong education tool requiring constant reinforcement alongside societal developments. I forgot how to read halfway through that sentence. Furthermore, there are still many manipulation tactics that intervention videos are yet to pre-bunk. For example, despite evidence suggesting that conspiracy theories thrive in times of societal crisis, such as the COVID-19 pandemic and climate crisis, there are no available video content that can be easily distributed to pre-bunk conspiracy theorizing. Current work also provides the opportunity to investigate the possibility of cross-protection between videos, a phenomenon in which pre-bunking against one manipulation tactic increases the detection of another, unrelated tactic. Which has not been possible in work investigating the efficacy of other pre-bunking videos. Ooh, okay. So they're seeing how much things like generalize across. Exciting. Here we aim to extend the work laid out by Rosenbeek et al. Across 2 studies by developing and testing a new collection of inoculation videos. In the first study, we hope to demonstrate the efficacy of videos pre-bunking the manipulation tactics of polarization, conspiracy theories, and fake experts. We categorize this content as manipulation techniques due to their usage to distort individuals' beliefs on a topic without providing clear evidence or logical arguments. For example, even though real conspiracies do occur, such as the Watergate scandal, the use of conspiracy theories to encourage a general pattern of paranoid and distrustful thinking is not evidence-based, regardless of whether questioning the official explanation for events is warranted. Yes. Bowdry argues that for a priori skepticism, insofar that conspiracy theories are the epistemic equivalent of black holes in their extreme resilience to refuting evidence. It's a lot of words, isn't it? Meaning that it's ultimately impossible to tell whether a conspiracy theory was responsible for the uncovering of an actual conspiracy that turns out to be true, though more recent research has argued for distinguishing between implausible and more plausible conspiracy theories. Polarization can be seen in a similar way. A manipulation tactic that's often used by misinformers through purposely or accidentally presenting misleading data visualizations about group differences to produce misleading headlines that, among other things, depict rare instances as a representative of views of behaviors of an entire group. That was a lot of things about things. And it, yes. I'm not gonna lie, I barely processed any of that, to be honest. Wow, I know. So basically, TLDR, they are looking at the use of fake experts and conspiracy theories and the other one that I've already forgotten, polarization, because they encourage a general pattern of paranoid and distrustful thinking, be it towards people in charge or be it towards another group. Yeah. I guess the fake experts is kind of different though. Educate content creators. Imagine a Fortnite streamer teaching something valuable. You never know. It's possible. It's possible. Night Ghost Kevin and Vera Aurora, thank you so much for the lab safety register check-ins, and also Howlin, thank you so much for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Ow, I meant to do that. I have hydrated. I also have crumpets. That's exciting. I am going to eat my crumpets. Actually, no. You know what? No, we're going to keep going. And then I'll eat my crumpets in a second. Because they have videos. They have videos. Yes. Are we talking about flat earthers? Not entirely. We're talking about how to develop basically like psychological tools to try and prevent people from going down conspiracy theory rabbit holes or believing misinformation. Do you think there are also hi and also hi damn devil dog, hello. Do you think there are parallels to how hard it is to get people to learn to notice misinformation with people learning basic computer safety at a large company? I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. It's just like one of those base level skills that it's quite hard to train people in. But like you can do it. If you use the right techniques, you can train them. Videos of people eating crumpets? No. No. This is a very densely written paper. I don't know if it needs to be. Yeah, I kind of agree. It's quite dense, isn't it? It is quite dense, but it's kind of fun, I think. I think it's a fun study. Okay, so in the second study, we hope to demonstrate the efficacy of logic-based inoculation videos, pre-bunking the logical fallacies of whataboutism, which is deflecting from what your own immorality by accusations of a similar immorality amongst others. So like basically when they're like, you've done a bad thing, and then you say in response, well, actually, you've done a different bad thing. And then it all just kind of collapses into a black hole. The straw man fallacy, which is refuting an exaggerated and or false version of your opponent's argument. And the moving the goalposts fallacy, which is alteration of the type of evidence required to refute or support one's argument after it has been challenged. So they are going to be doing some experiments to test the efficacy of these technique-based and logic-based videos. In both studies, participants were randomly allocated to one of three of the respective experimental conditions, where they viewed one of the inoculation videos, or a control group where they watched an educational video about freezer burn. Okay, sounds fun. And then they were presented with a combination of manipulative and non-manipulative social media posts and asked to rate how manipulative they perceived each to be, how confident they were in their manipulativeness assessment, and how likely they were to share each post with people in their network. Yeah. So we can actually watch the videos, which we should do. How do I copy link? Wow, that was a boomer moment, wasn't it? That was a thing that I just did. Let's have a look at the videos. I'm making a game in Turbo Warp Scratch, but it has more while watching and listening. Let's go! Good luck with making your game. I want to make a game one day. It seems really fun. Okay, it's on OSF files. I will just quickly go like that. Turn off my music for a second because we're going to have to watch this. Here we go. Right, we're back on the browser. So this is Open Science Framework. It's where people upload well, the materials and the data from their research, okay? So it's like a repository system basically used by scientists. And apparently they've got their videos in here somewhere in the files. Also, hi Evan, hi. It's becoming more easy to trick people using AI. They fall easily for that. Yeah, it can be sometimes. It does depend on the person, obviously. A lot of variance involved. Okay, let's watch the one about conspiracy theories. Let's do it. Ooh, look at this. Does this count as React content? I don't know if this counts as React content. I was eating, I'm sorry. I've been perceived. And I'm going to eat more. I'm going to eat more, you can't stop me. I was enjoying my crumpet during that, thank you. Yes, John Twitch. That did make me laugh, I'm not gonna lie. It's got a high school presentation vibe. If the voiceover is making it more appealing, it kind of does, doesn't it? It kind of does. Okay, so what did we think of that? What did we think of that? Tell me what you think. I'm also going to... What do you have on your crumpet? There's vegan Lurpak butter now. I've got that. I'm fancy. Yeah, Go Viral is made by the same team that made Bad News. It is indeed. It is indeed. The start is not good for the easily paranoid. Yeah, I kind of thought that too, actually. Like, it was a bit spicy at the beginning. I mean, the definition is fine. That bit's like, it definitely gets people's attention, but I feel like if they were going for the attention grabbing, they probably should have maybe put that first. I don't know. Me when the Psycom video triggers paranoid schizophrenia. It did kind of give that energy, didn't it? But like, if you saw that, would you learn anything from it? Would you find it useful? I mean, we probably already know all of this actually, but their tone lacks real urgency. I kind of agree. I kind of agree. Should we have a look at the one of the other ones? Let's do fake experts. Let's have a look at the fake experts one. It's definitely not because I have another crumpet to eat. What did we think of that one? Bobo, I saw you saying, oh god. Oh, GHD, yeah. Oh god, yeah. This sales pitch for becoming a fake expert sounds kind of good. No! No! You're not allowed. Is there over the video an expert? It's a good question. They clearly are. They clearly are, okay? Because it's like... I can vouch that at least two people on this paper are knowing what they're doing in this kind of area, okay? I was watching the mouth track and I disliked the voice. I kind of disliked the voice too. It felt very, You're right, it wasn't urgent enough. It wasn't high energy enough. It needed to be a bit like... I wish I had the transcript so that I could try and read it out. I don't think I would do that much better, but there was just something about it that was just kind of like, I don't care, you know? I just don't care. It takes a lot more effort to debunk BS than it does to produce. It's a losing battle, sadly. I mean, that's the whole point of pre-bunking, right? Is to debunk it before people start hearing it. There we go. Music back on. There we go. Do crime, sell crystals, be evil. Oh no. It's time to be evil and to sell crystals. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. I don't think this works because the guys will spend time explaining why they're a true expert despite the man disagreeing. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I guess that remember that the whole point of the video is to like highlight to the general public what kind of techniques are used in disinformation so that they are more aware of them. In that way, I guess it does kind of explain them, but I'm not convinced on the presentation. If this appeared as an advert in front of one of my YouTube videos, I think I would just actually just ignore it, to be honest. I think it's too long for a start. Yeah. It feels like something I'd see on PBS. It feels like it should be more widespread, and it feels like it's playing to an audience that already know. I agree. I think that this is the kind of thing where like you might stop and watch it if like you already care about this kind of thing, but if you don't, then you just kind of ignore it. You just skip it. I am inclined to agree with you. It's got a very like, something about the signaling of it was very like, I'm educated and I know about things and you should listen to me. Yeah. So I kind of get that. Someone I watched said science theories are legitimate, not because one known specialist with many prices vouch for it, but because many scientists' experiments converges on it. Yeah, that's a really good way to think of it. That's a good way to think of it. I always do say, like, it's important to, like, think about converging evidence. That's why I'm a big advocate for, like, using multiple forms of evidence in psychology. Like, I don't want to just use experiments and, like, you know, A/B test things. I think it's important to also, like, look at qualitative data and look at archival data and stuff like that. Yeah. Conspiracy theories are often used as a substitute to prevent class consciousness by replacing a hard-to-understand concept of class interest by literal conspiracy theories. That's an interesting take, Mastery, and not the first time I've heard that take. I feel like they're both hitting a weird split. They're aiming at a target audience that is at the beginner stage. However, the biggest problem with beginners would be having them to be interested enough to care. I agree. I think it's one of those things where, like, you kind of need to meet them where they are. Like, those videos had high production value. They were objectively good as videos, I guess, but I don't think it would pull people's attention in. Like, I think that my controversial take is that if you're fighting disinformation, I think you need to use the same clickbait techniques that they use. So, like, I would have started my... If I was making those videos, I would have started with the clickbait and then gone into explaining the concepts and what's happening. Yeah. Although the risk is that, like, then people might watch the first part of it and click off and then think that you're actually advocating for that. It feels like propaganda, not something that catches your attention. Yeah, it felt very inorganic, didn't it? Too formal. Yeah. Yeah, get a YouTuber to yap about it or something. Exactly. That's a good way to put it. It feels too formal. I guess this is why they did try to grab attention fast in the first one. You need the people to listen. If they don't care or if they're bored, they'll ignore the message. Yeah, but this is the thing, though, is that they had, at the beginning, they first had the definition of a conspiracy theory. And then they did the, like, they are watching you. And, like, if they're trying to grab people's attention, that should have been the first thing. They should have done something like, they are watching you. Or are they? A conspiracy theory is blah, 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 blah. Like, that really should have been more the approach that they took, I think. Wouldn't it be useful to not just explain what to avoid, but also to explain how to identify someone who actually is trustworthy in their field of expertise? That's a really good point, Gensha Bird. That's a really good point, and I'm inclined to agree with you. Yeah, I mean, pre-bunking is about teaching people the skills to identify disinformation, but I would say, I agree, just as important is teaching them the skills to identify good information, right? Or, like, accurate information. That is definitely a thing that they should consider. I think Minuteman does pre-bunking really well. I agree. Minuteman does do pre-bunking really well. Is there anything inherently wrong with clickbait? I mean, depends on what you do with it, right? Look, I think the clickbait in itself, it depends on how egregious it is. If you're using the attention grabbing techniques to get people to click on what you're doing, then that's fair enough. But if you're just like outright lying, that's not okay. Like I've seen so many clips where like the thumbnail implies one thing and then you look at the reality of the clip and then it's like something totally different. Yeah. Yeah, giving clickbait advice, we're doomed. I mean, I am a psychologist. That's in my area of expertise. So, yeah. We need to make safe, harmless conspiracy theories like those mosquitoes that spread the inability to drink blood. Yeah, I mean, there are like safe and harmless conspiracy theories. There's like the Avril Lavigne body double one. That's mostly just shared by people ironically. It's meant to be funny, so yeah. I just realized I've been gifted a tier 1 sub to Aqua. What does this mean? What does this mean? Huh? Oh dear. Fake accounts, more memes, and calling out conspirators, traitors to counteract the current misinformation and divide them. You'll at least weaken them, and then you can guide them. Maybe. Although I feel like using fake accounts and stuff is like straying into a dangerous territory. The Titanic Olympic conspiracy harms no one. This is true. That's why YouTube Studio shows you total percentage for all your thumbnails, total watch percentage for all your thumbnails, not just click-through ratio. It shows how likely they are to watch all the way through, not just click. Yeah, exactly. Aqua's cool. Okay. I trust you. I don't know anything about her, apart from that I think I saw one clip of her. This isn't really science, but a sci-fi book once speculated that ADHD was an immune response to overstimulation from advertisements. Oh, interesting. As in like an evolutionary response. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So, study 1. So the study 1 was of the... It was of the... Wait, the second one was the logic one. What did they describe these as again? Technique-based. Okay. These are of the technique-based ones, okay? Thank you for the lab safety rest check-in. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say your name. I can't read that. Aug? I'm sorry. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you're good. Okay. See, the thing... Okay, actually, sorry. We're going off on a tangent again. But the thing that I find really interesting is the fact that there is some evidence that autistic people are less responsive to advertisements. I find that really fascinating. Okay. Right. Okay, so study 1. A total of 1,612 responses from UK prolific workers. Prolific is a website that you can sign up to take part in research and get paid for it, which is kind of cool. Where they were collected and paid the minimum fair amount for their time. Once participants were removed for failing one of the attention checks in line with our pre-registered exclusion criteria, the final sample size was 1,583, of which 772 were women, 778 were men. There were 400 participants in the control condition, 401 in the polarization condition, 384 in the conspiracy theories condition, and 393 in the fake experts condition. It's interesting that they showed them like the topics individually. It's interesting that they've done that because I would have been interested to see if like, do they identify the topics if you choose one video? Do they identify them better if you show them all of the videos? That would be interesting. I don't know. Okay. So sensitivity power analysis, you have to do a power analysis when you do research like this to compare the sizes of like the number of people in each experimental condition. You need to make sure that like if you run statistical analyses, it will actually like you can actually find an effect if there is one. So yeah. But yeah, they achieved that, so that's good. Okay, right, let's find out what they actually did then. Let's find out what they actually did. After providing their consent, participants were randomly allocated to one of the 4 conditions. The scripts for each video were written by the authors and animated by Studio U and Lens Change. Each video was about 90 seconds long, with English subtitles embedded. Screenshots of each video can be seen in Figure 1. I mean, we watched some of them, so yeah. And the videos themselves can be viewed. Well, we did. Okay. The conspiracy theories video. Conspiracy theories are first defined as a belief that some covert but influential entity is pulling the strings and is responsible for an unexplained event. And then there is an effective forewarning shown where it's like, watch out, you're being targeted right now. A microdose scenario is then presented in which the viewer is told that they're only watching the video because they have traced your online behavior and are manipulating you into watching it. The preemptive refutation is then presented, explaining how conspiracy theories create an illusion of a secret plot of shady people who, in this example, are watching you. Additional information is provided about how people become vulnerable to the particularly false conspiracy theories in times of fear and uncertainty. Finally, they're reminded to keep a lookout for conspiracy theories online as another effective warning, usually the effective forewarning. Okay, that's a fairly concise description of what they did. Okay. Oh, okay. Looks like they also showed people fake social media posts. That's kind of fun. Thank you for the follow, Link Master. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in. 8.9 words per minute, 22% through. Oh dear. We're certainly attempting. We're making an attempt. Let's see. Okay, so these are the fake social media posts. The Bitcoin exchange rate is being manipulated by a small group of rich bankers. #investigate now. Breaking. Insurance companies are using your phone to track your fast food consumption. Scientists discovered solution to greenhouse effect years ago, but aren't allowed to publish it, report claims. That one's kind of funny, actually. That's kind of funny. It's like reverse climate change conspiracy. I like that one. And then the non-manipulative statements were British government considering digital pound cryptocurrency. Big Tobacco always knew that cigarettes cause cancer, but they covered it up for profit. Okay, interesting. And then scientists claim solar and wind power are viable, cleaner energy alternatives to fossil fuels. That's interesting. Hang on a second. Okay, and then the other 2 examples are, the manipulative one is, do you all want to be blind to what's going on in society? Then go ahead. Don't call everyone crazy for seeking the actual truth instead of believing everything the government tells them. Versus the non-manipulative, oil company Exxon discovered the damage that fossil fuels would have on the planet in the 1950s, but funded media narratives to distract from that. That's interesting. That's interesting. Because this is... Yeah, it's non-manipulative because it's true. It's true. The tobacco lobby did know about the damage that cigarettes cause to health, including cancer, and they did pay for research to try and hide it. And they did lobby, you know, politicians to hide it too. It's true. It's a real conspiracy. But that in itself is really interesting because of the fact that, like, they've got a mixture of... Here, these are manipulative. They're all kind of conspiratorial. Some of these are not conspiratorial. Like the crypto one and the clean energy one, those 2 are not conspiratorial. They don't have the underlying narrative of, like, there's a group that are secretly manipulating things. Whereas these ones do. So I don't even think that these are actually all directly comparable in that way. That's a slight issue for their design. Interesting. Thank you for the hydrate, Comey. Thank you, thank you. I will drink some water. Yeah, I feel like there's an epistemological problem to make here. I agree. I agree. I do feel like things can be manipulative, but still true. Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you're looking at, like, does it contain a conspiracy versus does it not contain a conspiracy narrative, then yeah, you can't say that one side is the clear answer. Like, the non-manipulative ones do have conspiracy theory narratives embedded into them in 2 out of 4 cases, but it's interesting that the remaining 2 out of 4 don't. Like, that's kind of introducing a confound into your data there. So I'm not sure what they were thinking there. Yeah, the focus is whether they're misinformation or not misinformation. Yeah. And in that way, like, these ones are misinformation. Well, even then, like, do we have... Okay, even then, interesting. So, like, for example, this one with the insurance companies are using your phone to track your fast food consumption. So, like, it's not true to say that, technically. The insurance companies themselves aren't using your phone, but you could have an app installed that is selling your data, hypothetically, to an insurance company. So, like, that's not entirely infeasible, and it's not inherently conspiratorial. That's just, like, unethical business practices, I guess. I mean, it is kind of conspiratorial, because it's kind of implying that, like, well, it's not really saying what they're doing with the data, though. It's not saying what they're doing with the data. You kind of have to fill in the blanks with that. So I guess you could say some of these are kind of explicitly conspiratorial and some of them aren't still. But yeah, interesting. I do feel like there's confounds here. That first video did precise fake conspiracy theories, yet here we are. Yeah, exactly. Although technically the study is about the spread of misinformation without all the tools to verify its veracity, whether or not it's true shouldn't be that relevant. Yeah, but then this is then straying into the deep philosophical problem of, like, who gets to define what is misinformation and what is correct information. That is a problem. I guess if we're talking in terms of, like, it can't be, they did define it in terms of you can't verify the veracity of it. That is true. But then, like, that would mean that if something came out for these two, like, potentially these two are verifiable. These two are verifiable, potentially. We know that market manipulation happens. That's not necessarily conspiratorial in itself to, like, have concerns over that. Whereas, like, this one here with the discovering a solution to the greenhouse effect, but they're not allowed to publish it. That one is very explicitly conspiratorial because it's implying, like, there is a solution to this world problem and it is being covered up for some reason. So I think that these, I'm not sure about these, actually. I'm not sure. The crypto one is a little manipulative because they don't say who is in the government. Yeah, that's true. It could be a janitor and still true, but by excluding the who, the reader fills in the blank that it might be someone important. Exactly, exactly. It still kind of fits into that narrative. Also, hi, Nicht. Hi, welcome in. Is it true that most people like conspiracy narratives? I've heard somewhere that it's more interesting to people. Is that true in general or BS? That's just true in general, yeah. People do find them interesting. They do find them interesting, and once they've heard one, they do tend to stick with it. Or, like, they tend to repeat it, and they tend to they don't necessarily tend to believe it, but they are more inclined to remember it. Because, like, the idea of, like, if you think about it from like a social perspective, we kind of need to know if people are potentially manipulating us. As we're navigating through life, we need to know if people are potentially manipulating us. And likewise, you know, if you're, you know, some people like evolutionary arguments about stuff. If you're if you're navigating complex social dynamics in a tight-knit community, for example, and your survival is dependent on it, then it makes sense that you would be very aware of it. So yeah, it does tend to be a narrative that people are interested in. And a lot of people believe them. Like, doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. Some conspiracy narratives end up being proven true. Some conspiracy narratives, they just believe it because they think it's fun or whatever, and they don't have any negative downward effects, like, or downstream effects on behavior or anything. But some of them are potentially problematic. And those are the ones that we tend to research because those are the ones that cause problems. Oh dear. Yeah. Maybe they're meant to make you connect the dots that aren't there. So the insurance is tracking to increase my life insurance as I eat takeaway every night. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But, like, not being explicit kind of means, like, well, what if participants don't connect the dots, you know? You can't rule out, you can't assume that, like, participants will just connect the dots themselves. You have to be quite explicit with these kinds of materials. I think the issue is not is that misinformation is not just true or untrue. It's also about believability and heuristics, and it's not all misinformation is born the same. I agree. I think what happened is that they wrote the whole paper, and then 2 hours before publishing, they realized they didn't get the examples and took 5 minutes to scroll through Twitter. That would be very funny if that were true. That is not true, though. Stop spreading misinformation in my chat, Lakuri. Shaking my head. How could you? We're gonna need to pre-bunk against Lakuri's misinformation at this rate. Art by Ali, Varsity Rod, and Zella Squire. Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're good. Greenhouse effect one is chucking up a ton of artificial material into the atmosphere to block the sun. I don't know. I think it's more like we know how to fix climate change and we're just not allowed. But like, then that's kind of funny because like, you could argue that that's like, some people would argue that that is kind of what's happening given like the political lack of movement on it. Like we know that we need to cut down fossil fuels. We already know that. We're just not doing it because of political inertia. So is it even a conspiracy? I am not sure. I'm the second biggest boy. Why are you the second biggest boy? Who is the biggest boy? Do you like fish and chips? I do if it's not real fish. I can't eat it. If it's like vegan fish and chips, I do like fish and chips, yes. How do you think we're affected by evolutionary bottlenecks? Like, I think many things from hygiene to affection to conspiracies and cults may be attributed to it. But surely there could have been something so deadly that you needed the leader to convince you to gather and oppose it, like a deadly disease or opposing tribe or up to a group of primates. I don't know. I don't, to be honest, I don't really know enough about evolutionary perspectives on psychology to make a coherent judgment on that. I'm very much a social psychologist, so yeah. At least on our side of the pond, any data going to insurance companies is inherently negative and something manipulative is ongoing, especially with the real world news releases of them trying to cut corners to max profits. So my brain immediately went to like, yeah, that's a conspiracy example. Interesting. So I wonder if this is like a culturally based one, because I'm sat here in my little European bubble, like, well, they're not allowed to do that. So or like they are allowed to do it to some extent, but like it's significantly less like important data. Like I'm pretty sure like geolocation data they would not be allowed to transmit. So yeah. Time to replace the sun with RGB lighting. I agree. That would solve all of our problems. Is there a collaborative intent behind that, or is it just independent alignment of political and economic incentives? I think that would determine if it's a conspiracy or not. Yeah, exactly. This is what I mean by there's not enough details filled in. And like you need to fill in those details for these kinds of experimental stimuli, because otherwise people will interpret things in really, really wacky and interesting ways that you could never conceive that they would do. And then next thing you know, you're measuring something that isn't actually right, and it's all a mess, and your data's a mess, and everything's a mess. And you cry into your unpublished manuscript. Oh dear. This is definitely how it works. Yes, Face ID, yes. As far as evolutionary theory intersecting with misinformation goes, I think tribalism is definitely one of the most important factors, if not the most, when it comes to the spread of misinformation. It could well be. There's a really interesting paper that I read. It was by someone with a French name that I can't pronounce. But it was basically, well, actually, I think we read it on stream saying that. So you might be able to find it if you comb through the VODs backlog. The VODs backlog. I'm so used to saying VODs backlog that I just say that by default now. That's so funny. The VODs archive. We read a paper which was about conspiracy theories as a cheating detection mechanism. So basically like people being aware of like potential manipulation happening in their environment and how they might be like losing out on resources and stuff because of it. It was quite an interesting paper. You were there, Lakuri. You were there. Do we have a VODs thingy? We don't. I should do that. I should probably set that up at some point. Thank you, Husmod. Thank you. The topic of the stream sounded super fascinating. Alas, didn't have the time to watch today. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for dropping by anyway. We've gone off on a tangent as well, to be fair. Big tangents. Yes. It would be cool to do another test on if the inoculation works after a decent period of time has passed. There is a paper that's done that already. They did a longitudinal analysis where they showed it at they measured accuracy of identifying misinformation immediately after, and then a week after, and then 3 months or something after. And the effect of the intervention did decrease, but it was still a little bit there. Yeah. Okay, let's have a quick look. So basically they showed these social media posts to people. They were like, okay, please choose which ones are manipulative and which ones are not. Okay. Manipulation discernment was measured by presenting participants with a single item statement, this post is manipulative, below each of those social media posts. And then the manipulation discernment score was calculated by subtracting the mean perceived manipulativeness of the non-manipulative posts from the mean perceived manipulativeness of the manipulative posts. So basically, higher score meant that you were better at working out which was which. And then they asked them how confident they were on making that discernment. They asked whether they would be sharing it with people. And then they, what did they do here? They presented participants with a single item, asking them to indicate their thoughts while they were watching the video, whether they accepted all points in the message or if they argued against it. And then their motivation to resist the misinformation, how often they discuss manipulative content in their day-to-day life, how many times participants discussed manipulative content in the 2 weeks prior to the study, how many people they talk about it with, and then things like prior conspiracy beliefs, general misinformation susceptibility. There's a really good measure for that. This MIST 8, I really enjoy that. And their socio-demographics, such as political ideology and education level. Okay. So what we're interested in is whether there was an experimental effect of watching those videos or not. Okay? So, manipulation discernment. There we go. This is what we're looking at. This is what we're interested in. How well did they tell apart the manipulative and non-manipulative posts in each of those experimental conditions? So, polarization posts. There were significant differences in the manipulation discernment of the polarization posts between conditions, such that manipulation discernment was significantly stronger in the polarization condition compared to the control and the fake experts condition. So yeah, that worked. But not the conspiracy theory condition. They haven't reported that one. Interesting. Why? Oh, well. Probably because it wasn't significant. There was also significant differences in the manipulation discernment of the conspiracy theory posts between conditions. Ooh, that's a bit of a marginal p-value. Interesting. They've got a very big sample size, so that's potentially indicating a small effect. Such that manipulation discernment was significantly stronger in the conspiracy theories condition compared to the fake experts condition, but not in the control condition. Okay, interesting. The control condition and the conspiracy theories condition didn't really differ. Weird. Interesting. But people in the fake experts condition believed the conspiracy theories more? Huh? Okay. No, they didn't believe them more, sorry. They didn't believe them more. They did worse at discerning them. Interesting. And then fake expert posts, there were also significant differences in the manipulation discernment of the fake expert posts between conditions, such that manipulation discernment was significantly stronger in the polarization condition than in the fake experts and the control conditions, but there was no significant difference between fake experts and control. Interesting. Okay, let's go have a look at figure 3. There you go. There's figure 3. Okay, so manipulation discernment for polarization. So this is the one that we're interested in, and these are the ones that we're comparing it to. It's, I guess, a bit different, but not very. Conspiracy. The thing that's worrying is that a lot of these plots are quite kind of similar looking. They're quite similar looking. Like, you can see some more. I think there's kind of slight. The fake experts one, there's something going on with that. Lots of people are clustered around the middle. On like, okay, interesting. Interesting. I don't know what's going on here. No, I think I kind of understand, okay. I have a feeling that there might have been some kind of issue with that fake experts condition that potentially might have actually primed people to believe conspiracy theories and therefore be worse at discerning between conspiracy theories and non-conspiracy theories. How did they classify fake experts? Like, really, really obviously fake experts. Like, yeah, man, I have a non-existent degree from a non-existent university. That kind of thing. How is the number of estimators related to sample size, given that we want the same predictive power? I don't know. I'm not good at stats. You can probably answer that better than I can. Oh gosh. So basically, the more estimators, like the more predictors that you have, the more comparisons you're doing. And that means you are more likely to detect an effect where there isn't one. Just because of like is it type 1 or type 2 error? I get them mixed up. One of the two. So yeah, that's why. So you want to have a bigger sample size, because then you're obviously still likely to find one, but it just means that you've got more power in your analysis. So you're slightly, it just makes the error rate slightly less bad, basically. That's a really scuffed explanation for it. I'm not good at stats. Oh dear. I'm good at experimental design. I'm not good at the stats part. Oh dear. This is why I need Mylan. They can take over. What's the name of your VTuber community? We're the harbingers of tangents. Yeah, the Psyduckies. People have always said the Psyduckies. Yeah, which I think is a cute name, but someone said before that my model is putting me at risk of getting a cease and desist from the creators of Adventure Time. And I fear that I am putting myself further at risk from a cease and desist from Nintendo. Also, Luna and Vital Suzo, thank you so much for the follows. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome into the research participation pool. Is it like the more estimators we have, the bigger the sample size we need? Yeah, basically, because there's more multiple comparisons happening. So there is a higher risk of whichever error rate, a false positive error rate, and therefore you need a higher sample size to offset it, because you need to adjust the p-value accordingly, because it's more likely to happen. Yes. Hi, Couch TYB. Hi. Trust me, I have a theoretical degree in physics. Yeah, genuinely, that's exactly how they approach the fake experts. Yeah. Yeah, no, they're not real posts. They're not real posts. They've made those posts by well, they just made them up. They just made them to try and replicate real ones. When they're just trying to replicate it, you know, they're trying to just be like, yeah, man, these are real. Thank you for the follow, Kumquat. Thank you. Welcome in to the research participation pool. And also thank you for the lab safe fresh check-in, Vital Suzo. Thank you. Experimental design is stats. Look, the best way to describe it is that I have a kind of natural understanding of how these things work, but I'm not good at the actual stats concepts. So if you ask me to describe like what is a standard deviation, I'm like, but then if you give me a graph and you're like, what is a standard deviation? I can kind of like show you it like on the graph. That's basically how I approach stats. Like I understand like standard deviation is like the people that fall within some kind of part of the distribution, the main part, most something like that. I don't know how error rate and people near the like mean and something. I don't know. But then like if you ask me to use it, I understand like how to use it. That's my approach to stats. I don't get it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like explaining the offside rule. Exactly. It's like explaining the offside rule. Nobody knows what the offside rule is, but everybody knows what the offside rule is when they see it. Exactly. I can tell you when he's offside, but ask me to explain it. I don't know. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. Oh dear. Oh dear. Thank you for the follow, Brandon Shakiro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome into the research participation pool. I've just realized we are on 2999 followers. We are on 2999 followers. What the heck? We're 1 off 3K. That's wild. That's actually wild. 9, yeah, well, yes. Maybe I should finally follow you too. No, don't mass unfollow. I'll cry. I'll cry. I'll cry. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh dear. Yeah, there has to be someone watching who wants to be number 3000. Hello? Does anyone want to be number 3000? But yeah, let's go! Let's go! Ichikawa the Rizzler! Let's go! Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. You're number 3000! Welcome into the research participation pool. Yeah, but okay, so we're kind of quasi-celebrating, but the real celebration will come when we hit the pi number. The funny pi number. Also, hi, Nico! Hi! How are you? I hope you're good. Yeah, data. Yeah. We were looking at the graphs. They are saying a thing. They are saying a thing. But yeah, look at this. The fake experts one is like definitely lower discernment. I mean, these numbers are tiny. These numbers are tiny. If they're doing 4 posts and it's like a difference of less than 1 post, like, I'm sorry, that's a very, very small effect. That's not super promising. But the manipulation discernment for this fake experts condition does seem to be lower than for the others. Like, in the polarization. It's, and a little bit, not as much, but a little bit in the conspiracy condition. And not as much, well, not as much in the fake experts condition, but it's interesting that it doesn't seem to really differ that much, like, from the rest of them. So, yeah. What's up with that? Like, the fake experts condition, like, they watched the video about identifying fake experts, and they weren't even the best at identifying the fake experts. That's fascinating. The fact that conspiracy and polarization, people were, like, generally better at it, like, what's up with that? There was something about that video that did not vibe with people, I think. And I wouldn't be surprised if it is the fact that it's just kind of obvious, whereas the others are maybe slightly less obvious and therefore useful information to have. Yes. So that's my take on that. But I think I will need to dig more into the stats to have a fully formed, comprehensive take on it, to be honest. Yeah. Is peer pressure into volunteering ethical? No. No. As 3000, you win one of those berries we feed Pokemon with. Yeah, this is the coerced participation form signature. Exactly. Exactly. Which pi? We're just going to iterate through all of them eventually. We're going to iterate through all of them eventually. But this one is 3142. That's what the goal is, I believe. 3142, because I rounded it up. Hi, Debraid. Hi. How are you? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. I'm an engineer and I can decree pi equals 3. Oh no, it's true. You guys do think like that. It's close enough. What could be the problem? Oh dear. My first takeaway is that they all look like weird thing. I mean, yeah, I guess so. Okay, so we've looked at the results, the main results that I wanted to look at today. We got to play the game. We got to watch the videos. We've done a comprehensive deep dive into the materials on this paper. So we didn't finish it. Sorry. Who was that one? Was it Komi? Was it you that said that I would finish it? I'm sorry, I've let you down. Husmod, you may end the prediction because I'm not finishing it. Let's be honest, I'm not finishing it. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I can't since I also lost 100 points on it. I mean, you have a lot of points, to be fair. Give them the prediction. Give them their prediction. The people request their prediction. What phrase did we get to? We got down to figure... I'm getting there. We got to figure 3. That's where we got to. We got to figure 3. Yeah, okay, thank you, Spooky One. I'm glad that you knew. I'm glad that you knew what I was talking about. Oh, gosh. I'm glad that you knew what I was talking about. Stream doesn't end until we finish the paper. I did that once, Nico. I did that once, and I regretted my decision because I was streaming for like 6 hours or something. Yeah. Hang on, I have to finish the prediction. I have to finish the prediction. Okay, let's see. Prediction. Also, I'm sorry for everybody that's stuck in ads. I'm so sorry. You're not missing much. I'm just trying to work out how Twitch works. Choose the outcome. Will Psydere finish reading the stream? No. Complete prediction. There you go. Oh dear. I'm so sorry. I've let you all down. You started one prediction 5 hours ago and it was open for a few minutes. That's so unfair. Was it only open for a few minutes? It should have stayed open, maybe. Maybe next time we'll try and do it for longer. I think there's a time limit on it, though. Oh, it was 10 minutes at the start. I see. Subathon goal, finish reading 50 papers. No, I could not do that. I would die. Oh, dear. To be fair, I was looking at the chart type, wondering why it looked like that and how to manipulate the red marker to the top. That's cursed. I'm sorry, Komi. I'm sorry. You had so much faith in me, but it was a very long paper, to be fair. It was a long paper. It was yeah. 5 hours is enough to write 11,000 words. We couldn't read them. Look, okay, it is, but they would be 11,000 bad words. I'm telling you from experience, it would be low quality writing. It would be legitimately bad, okay? Oh dear. It would be so bad. It would be so bad. Damn, Astral got 10k. That's wild. Speak for yourself. I would write, yeah, 11k like messy chaos words in 5 hours. I would like to clarify that when I'm not on stream, I can in fact read a paper of that length in like 1 hour. If I sit down and properly read the whole thing. If I don't properly read the whole thing and just skim it as the way I generally do, then it would normally take me about maybe 20 minutes. So, yeah. Yeah, that's my thinking. I think that's the perfect rate. Thank you. 14.9 words per minute. I just continue to yap. I'm too powerful. I can't be stopped. Thank you for the hydrate, Astro. Thank you. I will have some water. What p-values were they getting? They actually had pretty high p-values, but they also had a pretty big sample. So that's why. When the actual effect sizes were really small. Well, okay, this is the interesting thing. That it seems like the Cohen's D were okay. Like the Cohen's D effect sizes were okay. They were like 0.32 or something. But when I actually looked at the raw effect size, as in like, you know, the actual physical, like not physical, but like the actual difference, like directly comparable between the conditions, it seems like it wasn't much. Like it was like 0.5 social media posts each or something ridiculous like that. Like it was really small. It was so small. Yeah. How was the paper so far? It was interesting, but I think I have some issues, not issues, but like I personally would request some clarifications around the measures that they've used. I think there was a little bit of confounding going in the measures. And I think that might be reflected slightly in their results in that first study. Maybe they corrected for it in the second one. We didn't get there, so I don't know. Maybe I will read it and we will find out. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Thank you for the follows, Science Vision, Noxdroid. Thank you for the follows. Welcome into the research participation pool. Oh gosh. But yeah, it was a decent paper. It was okay. It was okay. But there were some things that I would personally change. There's always things for improvement, you know. There's always things for improvement. Oh gosh. Okay. I think that that's that for today, to be honest. So I say, how about I want to go find out about Aqua. Because I got gifted a sub, so I think we should go. I think we should go find out about. We should go and observe. We should go and observe. Because I've never seen any of Aqua's streams before. Let me do the raid message. So there you go. There's the 2 raid messages. The top one is for subscribers and the bottom one is for non-subscribers. Yeah, please use them as you see fit. Yeah, we're gonna go see Aqua. Yeah. I'm a biotech major and the paper burns my eyes. That's so valid. We'll say hi, Dat Boy. Hi. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. I really appreciate it, as always. I really enjoy just like, you know, reading some science and lurking and yapping about various things. Yeah. And yeah, I will. Oh, Crowley's there too. Interesting. I must observe. As I said earlier, I'm interested and I must observe. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. I don't know when my streams will be next week. I might not stream until my debut. You know, my debut. Not that one. This one. There we go. It's too small. Never mind. My debut on Saturday. I mean, you got micro flashes of the debut model and the information and stuff. It's not leaked. I've already shared that publicly. It's fine. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining me. I might not see you till Saturday, but I hope you have a lovely rest of your week. Thank you, everybody. See you next time. Bye.